The rain began at dawn, soft and steady against the glass towers of the city, and Marcus stood in the lobby of the Whitmore building watching droplets race down the floor-to-ceiling windows while his coffee cooled in his hand. He was early again, a habit formed over 30 years of showing up before anyone else, back when he'd started as a maintenance assistant and elevators were still mysteries wrapped in grease and cables. Now he was chief engineer, and the mysteries had mostly resolved themselves into patterns, predictable failures, scheduled inspections, the quiet rhythm of machinery doing exactly what it was designed to do. The building was waking up around him, lights flickering on in offices above, and somewhere in the shafts behind the marble walls motors were humming to life, preparing for the morning rush that would begin in 20 minutes. He checked his tablet, scanning overnight reports. Elevator 4 had logged a door sensor anomaly at 3:14 in the morning, self-corrected, ran diagnostics, reported clean. Standard behaviour. Elevator 7 showed slightly elevated current draw during descent, probably nothing but worth a look during afternoon maintenance. The hydraulic freight elevator in the loading dock needed its monthly fluid check. Everything normal, everything predictable, which was exactly how Marcus liked it. People trusted these machines without thinking, pressed buttons and expected to arrive, and that trust was built on layers of engineering that most riders would never see or consider. The counterweights alone in this building weighed more than small cars, travelling up and down in darkness, perfectly balanced against the cabins they served. Sarah arrived at 7:30, shaking rain from her jacket, her tool bag slung over one shoulder. She'd been with him for 5 years now, sharp and methodical, the kind of technician who read maintenance manuals like novels and asked questions that made him think. "Morning," she said, setting her bag on the maintenance desk. "Saw the report on 4. Want me to pull the door assembly logs?" "Already did," Marcus said, pulling up the data on the wall screen. "Sensor caught dust, most likely. It cleared itself, but we'll inspect during the noon slowdown. Check 7 first. Current's running high on descents with heavy loads. Could be brush wear in the motor," she nodded, already pulling up the mechanical diagrams on her own tablet, tracing power curves with one finger. Elevators were elegant problems once you understood them, Marcus had told her when she started, and she'd proven to have the right temperament for it. Patient, precise, comfortable, with the idea that most of the work was preventive, catching small deviations before they became failures. The building's 8 passenger elevators and 2 freight units represented a constant conversation between sensors, controllers, and mechanical systems, each reporting its status thousands of times per day, and learning to hear what the machines were actually saying through that noise was the real skill. The morning rush began at 8, a predictable surge that the elevator group control system handled with automated efficiency. Marcus watched the dispatch screen as calls lit up on lower floors, cars assigned by algorithm based on direction, current position, and predicted load. Elevator 1 descended empty to the lobby, doors opening just as a cluster of office workers approached. 2 and 3 were already climbing with passengers, having picked up calls from the parking garage levels. The system was doing what it was designed to do, minimizing wait times, grouping stops in the same direction, learning from patterns. Monday mornings were heaviest on floors 12 through 18, where the legal firm occupied 3 full levels and everyone seemed to arrive within a 15-minute window. Sarah was in the machine room above the 7th floor, headset on, running diagnostics while the car made its rounds below. Marcus could hear her voice through the radio, calm and focused, calling out readings. Brushes looked good, contact surfaces clean, current drawers within spec now, might have been a transient load yesterday, running it through a full cycle to confirm. He acknowledged and turned his attention to the freight elevator, where a delivery driver was waiting with a dolly stacked with office supplies. The hydraulic system responded smoothly, fluid pressure building in the cylinder as the car rose from the loading dock to the ground floor, then to 3 where the supplies were needed. No jerks, no hesitation. The pump and valve assembly was performing exactly as specified, pushing the car upward with steady force, then controlling descent by metering oil back to the reservoir. By 10, the morning surge had settled into the irregular rhythm of mid-morning traffic, and Marcus made his rounds through the shafts, checking guide rails, examining rope wear on each car, testing door interlocks with a mechanical override key that most people didn't know existed. The guide rails were precision-machined steel, installed perfectly vertical, and the shoes that rode against them were adjusted to tolerances measured in fractions of millimeters. Any misalignment would show up as vibration. a subtle wrongness that passengers might not consciously notice, but would feel as vague unease. Ride quality was as much about psychology as physics. People trusted smooth arrivals, mistrusted anything that felt uncertain. In the shaft for Elevator 5, he paused to watch the counterweight descend past him, a massive stack of steel plates moving in perfect silence except for the whisper of guide shoes against rails. The counterweight was heavier than the empty car by exactly the weight of half a full passenger load, the balance point that made the motor's job easiest. When the car was half full and descending, the counterweight descending was doing much of the work. When the car was half full and descending, the rising counterweight prevented it from falling too quickly. The system was gravity neutral at that balance point, requiring minimal motor effort. Below half capacity, the motor worked harder lifting the counterweight than the car. Above half capacity, it worked harder controlling descent. The mathematics were elegant, refined over more than a century of elevator engineering into formulas that turned abstract physics into working machinery. Sarah joined him for lunch in the maintenance office, rain still pattering against the small window that looked out over the alley between buildings. They ate sandwiches and reviewed the afternoon schedule. Routine inspections on 2 and 6, a cosmetic repair on 8, where someone had scratched the stainless steel panel beside the buttons, and the monthly emergency recall test that code required. "I was reading about those new systems," Sarah said, "where you punch in your destination before you get in the car and it tells you which elevator to take. Supposed to be more efficient." "Destination dispatch," Marcus said. "Some of the newer towers have them. Reduces stops per trip, groups people going to the same floors, but passengers find them confusing. They're used to getting in first, then pressing buttons. Changes the whole flow of how people interact with the system." "Does it actually work better?" "In tall buildings with heavy traffic, yeah, the math works out. Fewer stops means faster trips, less energy, less wear. But it requires people to know where they're going before they board, and it takes away the flexibility of changing your mind. Trade-offs." He finished his sandwich and checked the time. "Come on, let's run the fire recall test before the lunch rush clears." They coordinated with building security, made sure all floors were notified. Then Marcus activated the recall sequence from the fire panel in the lobby. Immediately, all passenger elevators stopped accepting calls, returned to the ground floor, opened their doors, and went into recall mode. The indicator lights switched from normal operation to a distinctive pattern, steady red, signalling that the cars were under emergency control. One by one, the elevators arrived, doors opening onto the lobby, then staying open. Anyone inside would have been delivered safely to the exit level. In a real fire, this sequence prevented people from trying to use elevators to escape, directing them to stairs while keeping the cars available for firefighter use. Marcus used his firefighter key to take manual control of Elevator 1, overriding all normal logic, operating it with a special panel that let him travel directly to any floor regardless of calls or door sensors. The machine responded differently under firefighter control, more direct, more mechanical, no automated smoothness. He could feel the weight of the system, the effort of the motor, the relationship between throttle and speed. This was how operators ran elevators. Before automation, he thought, manually controlling every start and stop, judging floor levels by eye, developing a feel for the machinery that was part skill and part intuition. The old operators would ride thousands of trips, learning the personality of each car, knowing exactly when to ease off speed for a smooth arrival. Now computers did it perfectly every time, calculating deceleration curves in real time based on load sensors and position feedback. But something had been lost, the human connection to the mechanical process. He brought the car back to the lobby, reset the system, and watched as all elevators returned to normal operation, accepting calls again, resuming their quiet work. Sarah was checking her tablet, reviewing logs from the test. All cars responded within spec. 3.2 seconds average return time. Doors opened and held. Systems solid. The afternoon brought a different kind of call. A passenger stuck in elevator 6 between floors 18 and 19. Marcus grabbed his radio and tool bag while Sarah pulled up the car's telemetry. Car's safe. Held on brakes. Doors closed. Sensor shows one passenger. Power's good. Communication's good. Looks like a door interlock fault-prevented movement. Marcus keyed his radio to the emergency frequency. "This is building maintenance. Can you hear me?" A woman's voice came back, tense but controlled. "Yes, I can hear you. The elevator just stopped. Am I safe?" "You're completely safe," Marcus said, keeping his voice calm and matter-of-fact. "The elevator is designed to hold exactly where it is. The brakes are engaged and they're mechanical. They work even without power. I'm going to get you out within a few minutes. Are you feeling okay?" "I'm okay. Just want to get out." "Understood. Stay on the line with me. I'm in the elevator shaft right now, coming to your location." He was already climbing the maintenance ladder in the adjacent shaft, Sarah coordinating from below, ready to cut power to the car once he was in position. This was the reality that most passengers never saw. The spaces between floors, the machinery and cables and safety systems that made their trust reasonable. The car was stopped about 4 feet below floor 19, exactly where it should be, according to the position sensor. He could see it through the shaft doorway, could hear the faint sound of the passenger shifting weight inside. He opened the access panel, checked the door interlock mechanism, found the problem immediately, a worn micro switch that had finally failed to close completely, telling the controller that a door was open when it wasn't. Simple mechanical failure, the kind that preventive maintenance was supposed to catch but occasionally slipped through. He bypassed the faulty switch temporarily, radioed Sarah to restore control, and the car rose smoothly to floor 19 where the doors opened normally. The passenger stepped out, relieved and grateful, and Marcus explained what had happened, how the system had done exactly what it was designed to do, hold rather than risk moving with what it thought was an open door. "We'll have that switch replaced within the hour," he told her. "The elevator will be back in service this afternoon better than it was." After she left, he and Sarah pulled the entire door assembly, replaced not just the failed switch, but all 4 micro switches in the interlock system, tested each one individually, then tested the complete assembly through 50 cycles before clearing the car for service. This was the difference between adequate maintenance and good maintenance, not just fixing the immediate problem, but understanding why it happened and preventing similar failures. By late afternoon, the rain had intensified, drumming harder against the windows, and the evening rush began earlier than usual as people decided to leave before weather worsened. The elevators handled the surge smoothly, cars filling and emptying in coordinated rhythm, the group control system adapting to the unusual pattern. Marcus watched the flow on his monitor, seeing the intelligence in the algorithm, how it predicted demand based on recent history, how it positioned cars strategically, how it learned that Fridays had different patterns than Mondays and rainy days different than clear ones. Somewhere in the building's computer system, neural networks were processing thousands of data points per second, optimizing decisions that human operators once made by intuition and experience. Sarah found him in the office as the rush thinned. "I've been thinking about what you said earlier, about the old operators. How did they get good at it? Just practice?" Marcus nodded. Practice and necessity. They'd start as assistants, watching experienced operators, learning the feel of each car. Every elevator had its quirks. This one ran a little hot. That one needed extra time for the doors. Another one had a tendency to bounce if you stopped too fast. They developed a physical sense of the machinery, listened to sounds, felt vibrations. Good operators could diagnose problems by subtle changes in behavior that they couldn't even articulate consciously. Do we still need that? With all the sensors and diagnostics? Different version of it. We're listening to data instead of mechanical sounds, watching graphs instead of feeling vibrations. But we're still learning the personality of each system. You knew something was off with 7 from a current reading. That's the same instinct, just mediated through technology. The machines still have their stories to tell. We've just changed the language. The building quieted after 6, most tenants gone for the weekend, leaving only cleaning crews and late workers. Marcus did a final walkthrough, checking each car, reviewing logs, preparing notes for the weekend maintenance team. Everything was running normally, which meant everything was working as intended, which meant a day of successful engineering. He thought about how strange it was that his job was to make the elevators unremarkable, to ensure that passengers experienced nothing worth remembering. Every smooth arrival was a small triumph of calculation and mechanical precision, but nobody noticed smooth arrivals. They only noticed problems. In the lobby, waiting for Sarah to finish her own closing checks, he watched rain stream down the glass and thought about the vertical rivers that existed behind the walls. Cables and counterweights rising and falling in darkness, guide rails keeping everything aligned, brakes ready to grab at the slightest failure, sensors monitoring position and speed and load thousands of times per second. The Whitmore building had 42 floors and 10 elevators, which meant roughly 800 trips per day, which meant roughly 200,000 trips per year, which meant over 6 million trips since the building opened 30 years ago, 6 million promises kept, 6 million arrivals that felt uneventful and ordinary because everything worked as it should. Sarah emerged from the elevator corridor, tool bag over her shoulder, ready to head home. All clear, 6 is back in service, all logs are clean. Quiet Friday. Best kind, Marcus said, and they walked out together into the rain, leaving the building to its night mode, elevators still running but at reduced schedule, ready for the few overnight workers and early arriving cleaners who would need vertical transport through the dark hours. The machines would continue their conversations with themselves, sensors reporting to controllers, motors responding to calls, brakes holding when needed, every system checking every other system in redundant layers of safety that passengers trusted without thinking, because people like Marcus and Sarah made sure that trust was earned. On Monday, there would be new calls, new problems, new small deviations from expected performance that would need investigation and correction. There would be worn components to replace, adjustments to make, the endless work of keeping machinery operating at the edge of perfection that the public expected and deserved. But for now, walking through rain toward the parking garage, Marcus felt satisfied with the ordinariness of the day, with the fact that thousands of people had moved vertically through the building without incident or concern, lifted by cables and motors and the accumulated engineering wisdom of more than a century and a half. The freight elevator would need its hydraulic fluid change next week, he made a mental note. The acoustic dampening in Elevator 3's cabin was starting to show wear and should be refreshed before it became noticeable. Elevator 1's guide rollers were due for replacement in 3 months according to the maintenance schedule. Small items, routine items, the kind of attention that kept catastrophe theoretical rather than actual. He'd been doing this work long enough to remember when elevators were less reliable, when emergency calls were more common, when passengers had more reason to worry. Modern systems were remarkably safe, layer upon layer of redundant protection, but that safety was built on constant vigilance, on technicians who understood that the goal was not excitement but its opposite. Predictable, boring, utterly reliable vertical transportation. His phone buzzed, the weekend maintenance team checking in, confirming their schedule, asking about the door interlock replacement on 6. He sent them the details, the part numbers, the test protocols, everything they'd need to verify the repair and return the car to full service. The work continued around the clock in buildings like this, maintainers and inspectors rotating through shifts, ensuring that Monday morning's rush would be handled by machinery that was ready and willing and mechanically sound. Sarah waved goodbye at her car and Marcus drove home through rain that had settled into a steady evening downpour, the kind that would last through the night and into tomorrow. He thought about Alicia Otis standing on that platform in 1854, cutting the rope in front of a crowd to demonstrate his safety brake, proving that mechanical systems could be trusted to protect human life, even when primary systems failed. Everything that came after, electric motors and traction drives and microprocessor controls and regenerative braking and destination dispatch algorithms, was built on that fundamental demonstration of fail-safe design. The elevator would not fall because the brake was mechanical, gravity-activated, requiring power to release rather than engage. Lose power, lose control, lose the cable itself, and the brake still held. At home, he made dinner and watched the rain through his kitchen window, thinking about the secret life of the machines he spent his days maintaining. Most people saw only the cabin interior, the buttons and lights and mirrors, the few seconds or minutes of vertical travel that carried them between floors. They didn't see the counterweights or the guide rails or the governor that monitored speed and would trigger emergency brakes if the car ever moved too fast. They didn't see the controllers running thousands of calculations per second, shaping acceleration curves for comfort, managing energy consumption, coordinating with other cars in the group. They didn't see the inspection logs or the replacement schedules, or the middle-of-the-night emergency calls that occasionally came when something unexpected happened. But that invisibility was the point. Good engineering disappeared into the background of daily life, became infrastructure so reliable that it felt like natural law rather than human achievement. People expected elevators to work the same way they expected gravity to pull downward, or light to arrive when they flipped a switch. That expectation was built on millions of hours of collective engineering effort, on standards and codes and best practices developed through more than a century of experience, on the accumulated knowledge of everyone who had ever built or maintained or improved these machines. Marcus finished his dinner and settled into his evening, but part of his mind was still in the Whitmore building, still monitoring those vertical rivers in the darkness, still listening to the quiet hum of motors and the whisper of cables through sheaves and the soft click of door interlocks confirming that everything was closed and safe. 30 years of this work had given him an intimate knowledge of how elevators thought. If machines could be said to think, their preferences and tolerances, their ways of failing and their ways of recovering, the subtle differences between operating correctly and operating optimally. The rain continued through the night, and somewhere across the city, in hundreds of buildings, thousands of elevators were rising and falling in their shafts, carrying people and goods between floors, making vertical distance irrelevant, turning tall buildings into practical spaces where humans could live and work without thinking about the engineering that made it possible. Each car was a small room in motion, a temporary space that existed between departure and arrival, neither here nor there but in transit through the vertical dimension. And in each shaft, guide rails and counterweights, and safety brakes and door interlocks and position sensors and speed controllers were working together in careful coordination, making sure that each journey ended exactly as it should, uneventfully, predictably, safely. Marcus thought about Sarah's question, whether modern technicians still needed the intuitive feel that old operators had developed. The answer was yes, but transformed. They needed to feel through data, to hear through telemetry, to develop instincts about system behavior that were just as physical and immediate as what the old operators had known, just mediated through different channels. Good maintenance was still about listening and observing and catching subtle deviations before they became problems. The technology had changed, but the fundamental skill remained the same: understanding machines well enough to keep them operating at the edge of perfection that passengers expected. By morning the rain had cleared, leaving the city washed and bright, and Marcus returned to the Whitmore building to begin another week of quiet attention to machinery that almost never failed, because people like him made sure it couldn't. The elevators were already running, responding to the early arrivals, and he checked overnight logs while his coffee brewed, looking for anything unusual in the millions of data points the system had logged. Everything normal, everything predictable. Another day of promises kept, of vertical rivers flowing smoothly in their channels, of engineering doing what engineering was supposed to do, making the difficult seem easy and the remarkable seem ordinary, one uneventful trip at a time. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. You're writing a contemplative narrative essay that unfolds like a quiet documentary, where each transition flows into the next without breaks or announcements. Begin with the image of sand, ordinary grains rich in silica, scattered across ancient shores and deserts waiting. Describe how heat transforms these grains in a furnace, how atomic bonds loosen and the material flows like honey, how rapid cooling traps the melt before crystals can form, creating an amorphous solid that exists in a strange state between liquid and solid, a frozen moment where light finds pathways through. Move from this transformation to the deeper question of transparency itself, explaining how electrons in pure silica require more energy than visible light can provide to make their quantum jumps, so photons of red and violet and everything between pass through with barely a whisper of absorption. Yet, how the smallest impurities, a trace of iron oxide, a breath of selenium, a hint of cobalt, catch certain wavelengths and release others, turning absolute clarity into the subtle greens of old bottles, the warm ambers of beer glass, the deep blues of apothecary jars, each tint a chemical signature written in the language of light. Drift backward in time to the first accidental discoveries, to furnaces built for pottery where glazes pooled and hardened into something new, to moments when sand near intense heat fused into small beads and translucent lumps, to ancient craftspeople who recognized something precious in these accidents and began making deliberate vessels, small and imperfect, full of bubbles that captured breath and time, each bead and bottle a labour of gathering molten glass on the end of a rod, winding it like honey, pressing it into moulds or shaping it with simple tools, creating objects that caught light in ways clay and metal never could. Let the narrative breathe into the Roman innovation of glass blowing, that revolutionary moment when someone discovered that a tube could gather molten glass and human lungs could inflate it like a bubble, suddenly making vessels light and quick to produce, describing workshops where artisans learned the rhythm of gathering, inflating, marveling the bubble against flat stones to shape it, reheating and blowing again, until cups and flasks and oil lamps multiplied and became common enough that even modest households knew the pleasure of transparent containers, of seeing wine through the vessel that held it, of lamplight magnified through curved walls. Follow the glass into the medieval world and the long patient journey toward flat panes, explaining how craftspeople spun molten blobs on the end of a pontil until centrifugal force spread them into crown glass discs with a thick bullseye at the centre, or how they blew long cylinders that could be split lengthwise while hot, opened flat, and annealed into sheets, describing the wavy imperfections that made old windows like water frozen mid-ripple, how cathedrals assembled these irregular panes with lead cames into vast walls of coloured light, where flaws became features and imperfection carried the signature of human hands. Trace the evolution to modern float glass, painting the scene of a continuous ribbon of molten glass flowing onto a perfectly calm bath of molten tin, surface tension and gravity conspiring to create two flawless faces, the glass floating like oil on water while it cools slowly in a controlled atmosphere, stresses gradually relieving themselves, the ribbon advancing steadily until it's cool enough to lift and cut into sheets, so uniform that modern cities can sheathe themselves in reflective skins, where every pane behaves identically, where architects can build walls of light without medieval irregularities. Explore how glass is taught to fail safely, describing the tempering process where sheets are heated near their softening point, then blasted with cold air, the rapid cooling freezing surfaces in compression, while the interior remains in tension, creating a delicate balance that makes the entire pane want to explode into thousands of small pebbles rather than fracture into deadly shards, and the alternative strategy of lamination where a plastic interlayer, usually polyvinyl butyryl, bonds between two glass sheets so that when breakage occurs the fragments cling like a spider's web, describing how windshields combine these strategies, how storefronts and shower doors choose their failure mode based on human safety, how the same material that once cut ancient hands into ribbons now crumbles into relative kindness. Delve into the invisible coatings that modern glass wears like sophisticated skin, nanometer-thin layers of metallic oxides deposited in vacuum chambers or sprayed in curtains of vapour, films engineered to cancel reflected light through destructive interference, to bounce infrared radiation back toward its source while visible light passes freely, to turn ordinary panes into one-way mirrors or low emissivity barriers that keep homes warm in winter and cool in summer, explaining how these molecular-scale architectures manipulate electromagnetic waves with the precision of a poem, how first surface mirrors for telescopes place their reflecting aluminum directly on the glass face to eliminate the ghost image that comes from reflections at multiple depths. Move into the geometry of lenses, how convex surfaces gather parallel light to a focal point, how concave surfaces spread it, how combinations of different glass types with carefully chosen refractive indices correct for chromatic aberration, that tendency of lenses to split white light into coloured fringes because blue bends more sharply than red, describing how microscopes stack these corrected elements to magnify the invisible world of cells and microbes, how telescopes gather ancient photons from distant stars, how eyeglasses and cameras and projectors all rely on precisely curved glass surfaces that translate between the physics of light and the needs of human vision, each curve ground and polished to tolerances measured in fractions of a wavelength. Let the narrative pass through a prism, describing how a triangular block refracts light at two surfaces, each colour bending by a different angle according to its wavelength, white light fanning into the spectrum Newton named, explaining how this dispersion became a scientific instrument when chemists learned that heated elements emit light at characteristic wavelengths, their spectral fingerprints revealing composition across impossible distances. How the prism taught us that white light is not simple, but compound. That colour lives hidden in everyday illumination, waiting for the right geometry to reveal it. Consider mirrors more deeply, tracing their evolution from polished bronze and obsidian to silvered glass, where a thin metal coating is protected by the transparent substrate, to modern aluminum deposited in high vacuum, describing how the glass provides the essential flatness, while the metal does the reflecting, how this partnership creates images with such fidelity that we forget we're seeing light that has reversed direction, how mirrors appear in everything from bathrooms to laser cavities to solar concentrators, each application demanding different tolerances for flatness and reflectivity. Turn toward the industrial choreography of bottle making, describing gob feeders that slice molten glass into precise weights, Parison moulds that receive the first blow of compressed air, final moulds that shape the bottle while it's still soft enough to flow yet stable enough to hold form, the annealing leer where bottles cool gradually to avoid stresses that would make them crack when filled with hot coffee or dropped on concrete, explaining how embossing marks ownership, how punt depths in wine bottles add strength and collect sediment, how coloured glass protects contents from UV degradation, the whole process a dance of temperature, timing and air pressure, repeated thousands of times per hour. Explore glass as the foundation of screens, from cathode ray tubes where electron beams painted phosphors on the inner face of a vacuum envelope, to liquid crystal displays where glass sandwiches layers of polarizers and liquid crystal cells, to OLED panels where organic light emitters sit behind protective glass, describing how chemically strengthened aluminosilicate glasses trade sodium ions for larger potassium ions at the surface, creating a compression layer that resists scratching and impact, how phones and tablets trust these tough glasses to survive years in pockets and purses, how the same sand that makes windows makes the portals through which we read these words. Follow light into fibre optics, where ultra-pure silica drawn into filaments thinner than hair carries information as laser pulses, total internal reflection trapping light inside the core as it bounces down the length, describing how impurities must be, reduced to parts per billion, so light can travel kilometres without significant loss. How erbium-doped fibre amplifiers boost weakening signals. How undersea cables wrap thousands of these fibres in armoured bundles that cross oceans carrying conversations and data streams. The internet literally made of threads of glass spun from sand and drawn through diamond dyes at carefully controlled speeds. Examine smart glass that responds to stimuli. Electrochromic windows that darken when voltage drives ions through transparent electrodes. Polymer dispersed liquid, crystal films that scatter light in their relaxed state, but become transparent when an electric field aligns the droplets. Photochromic lenses that darken in sunlight as silver halide crystals react and reform, describing how buildings now modulate daylight dynamically, how conference rooms switch from transparent to private with a button press, how glass becomes not just a passive barrier but an active participant in managing light and heat and privacy. Consider thermal performance, explaining how single-pane windows conduct heat readily, because glass alone provides little insulation, how double and triple glazing trap air or argon gas in sealed spaces between panes, the gas acting as a thermal buffer, How low emissivity coatings reflect infrared back toward the warm side, how the entire assembly becomes a carefully engineered thermal barrier with a U value measured and certified, then shift to specialized thermal glass like borosilicate cookware with its low thermal expansion coefficient that lets it survive oven to freezer transitions, and ceramic glass for wood stoves that endures sustained temperatures where ordinary glass would soften and sag. Reflect on the mechanical nature of glass, how it's strong in compression, able to support buildings and withstand atmospheric pressure, but vulnerable in tension where microscopic surface flaws concentrate stress like notches carved deliberately to guide a break, how curves distribute loads more evenly than flat sheets, how rounded edges remove the stress concentrations that turn scratches into starting points for fractures, how proper glazing uses soft gaskets and avoids hard point loads, describing the sound of glass breaking, that distinctive sharp crack followed by tinkling fragments, and how design determines whether breakage results in dagger-like shards or pebbles, whether the pane falls away or holds in place. Walk through safety standards and building codes, explaining how regulations specify annealed glass for low-risk locations, tempered for doors and sidelights, laminated for overhead glazing and security applications, how windshields must be laminated to protect occupants in collisions, how shower enclosures must be tempered or laminated, how these requirements emerge from decades of injuries and incremental improvements, each rule a lesson written in past mistakes, describing different failure patterns and why codes care which mode a pane chooses when it breaks. Enter the realm of art and architecture, describing stained glass windows where pieces of coloured glass are assembled, with lead came into narrative scenes, light filtered through blues that speak of heaven, and reds that carry the weight of martyrdom. How blown and cast glass sculptures freeze motion and trap bubbles as intentional gestures. How clear architectural glass creates the paradox of walls that block wind and rain while preserving views. How glass atriums and curtain walls dissolve the boundary between inside and outside. How the material serves both function and poetry, both engineering and metaphor. Address the material's second life through recycling, explaining how crushed cullet lowers the melting point and reduces energy consumption, how colour-sorted cullet maintains clarity, clear to clear, green to green, while mixed cullet creates darker glass suitable for bottles but not windows, how contamination from ceramics and stones causes defects, how the economics favour bottle-to-bottle loops while flat glass often downcycles to fiberglass insulation, describing the sound of glass crushing, the sight of cullet fed back into furnaces, the circular ambition and practical limitations of reuse. Discuss the language of optical measurement, defining transmittance as the percentage of light that passes through, reflectance as what bounces back, haze as diffuse scattering that blurs images, explaining how museums demand glass with transmittance above 99% and haze below 1%, so art appears unmediated, how telescope mirrors require surface figures accurate to fractions of a wavelength, how spectrometers characterize every pane, so architects know exactly how much solar heat gain to expect, how datasheets quietly promise specific optical behaviour, and how manufacturing processes must deliver on those promises reliably. The whole endeavour of metrology ensuring that calculated performance matches built reality. Offer small demonstrations and everyday illusions, describing how a drop of water temporarily hides scratches in glass by matching the refractive index and eliminating the interface where light scatters, how cold windows fog when warm humid air touches them, and the air's capacity to hold water vapour drops sharply, condensation forming like breath on a mirror, how low iron glass reveals the normal green tint of standard float glass by its absence, how coins underwater appear closer than they are because light bends at the surface, how these simple observations connect to deeper principles, Snell's law, dew point, absorption spectra, that govern glass behaviour in all contexts. Paint the contemporary urban landscape where glass defines the skyline, describing towers sheathed in float glass panels coated with low emissivity films, balustrades of tempered glass protecting edges, storefronts of laminated panes that invite touch and inspection, atriums where light cascades through multiple layers, and at night when buildings become lanterns the glass reverses role and turns mirror, reflecting streetlights and neighbouring facades, doubling the city in dark panes, each reflection a testament to surface quality, to flatness measured in millimetres across metres, to the industrial precision that makes acres of glass behave uniformly. and consider how this urban forest of glass creates microclimates, where reflected heat concentrates on certain streets at certain hours, how birds sometimes fail to perceive the barrier and strike panes in fatal confusion, how architects now specify fritted patterns and UV reflective coatings to make the invisible visible to migrating species, how the same transparency that delights human eyes can deceive other creatures who evolved in a world where air and obstacle were clearly distinguished, prompting a quiet, ethical question about our materials and their unintended consequences woven into discussions of building codes and sustainability certifications. Expand into the specialized glass of scientific instruments, describing how telescope blanks are cast from low expansion materials, and then spend months in computer-controlled grinding and polishing, the surface gradually approaching optical perfection, how interferometers measure the wavefront to ensure the mirror shape matches its mathematical ideal within nanometers, how observatory domes shelter these patient creations from wind and temperature swings that would distort their figures, how adaptive optics now use deformable mirrors to cancel atmospheric turbulence in real time, the glass flexing hundreds of times per second to keep starlight focused, and shift to the opposite scale where microscope objectives use exotic glass types like fluorite and special dispersion glasses to achieve numerical apertures that approach theoretical limits, where cover slip thickness must be exact because even 1/10 of a millimeter changes the correction, where oil immersion eliminates the air gap and its refractive mismatch, every detail of the glass carefully controlled so biologists can watch proteins fold and neurons fire, the invisible made visible through precisely shaped transparency. Consider laboratory glassware and the specific requirements that distinguish borosilicate from soda-lime compositions, how beakers and flasks must resist thermal shock when researchers heat reactions, or pour boiling liquids into room temperature vessels, how graduated cylinders need clarity and dimensional stability so meniscus readings remain accurate, how round-bottom flasks distribute heat evenly, and how flat-bottom beakers sit stable on bench tops, the functional shaping of glass for measurement and containment, then move to specialized lab glass like fritted glass filters with controlled pore sizes for separating precipitates, desiccator bells that maintain dry atmospheres, optical cuvettes with precisely parallel faces for spectrophotometry, each form following function, each vessel a small solution to a specific problem in handling liquids and observing reactions. Drift toward glass in transportation beyond windshields, describing the careful balance in aircraft windows between optical clarity and pressure containment, how commercial jets use stretched acrylic inner panes for insulation while the outer pane is glass, how the small size of these windows relates to the structural penalties of cutting holes in a pressurized cylinder, how the subtle curvature helps distribute loads, then consider train windows and the shift toward polycarbonate for vandal resistance, even though it scratches more easily than glass, how buses use tempered glass that can withstand the vibration and thermal cycling of daily routes, how the maritime world still prefers heavy plate glass for portholes because salt water eventually degrades alternatives and glass simply endures, how submarines use acrylic for deep viewports because glass would crack under extreme pressure, but acrylic flows slightly and adapts, each transportation mode choosing its transparent material based on a different set of stresses and requirements. Explore glass in the medical realm, describing how X-ray tubes use lead glass to contain radiation, while allowing technicians to observe the cathode glow, how fibre optic endoscopes carry light into the body, and images back out through coherent fibre bundles where each fibre's position is preserved from end to end, how glass pipettes still dominate certain precise liquid transfers despite plastic alternatives, how microscope slides are cut from specific thicknesses of soda-lime glass, and how cover slips are thinner still, how spectacle lenses have evolved from crown glass to high-index compositions that reduce thickness for strong prescriptions, how photochromic glasses incorporate silver halides or other light-sensitive compounds that darken reversibly, how some surgical instruments use glass components for chemical resistance and sterilization tolerance, the material quietly serving medicine in dozens of specialized forms. Return to the question of color in glass with more depth, describing how the Egyptians made cobalt blue and the Romans created manganese purple, how medieval glassmakers guarded their recipes for ruby red created by colloidal gold or copper, how selenium and cadmium together produce brilliant reds and oranges, how neodymium creates a peculiar colour that appears different in daylight versus incandescent light, how uranium glass fluoresces green under ultraviolet, and was popular in the early 20th century before its radioactive properties became understood and troubling. How modern glass artists use powdered metals and rare earth oxides to achieve colours impossible in ancient times. How colour can be applied as stains that diffuse into the surface or as enamels that fuse onto it. How the chemistry of colour in glass remains part science and part accumulated lore, recipes refined over generations, the same oxides producing different hues depending on furnace atmosphere and cooling rate, the making of coloured glass retaining an element of craft even in industrial settings. Contemplate architectural innovations that push glass further, describing structural glass beams and columns where the material that usually fills holes in walls instead becomes the wall itself, or even carries loads. How laminated and tempered combinations create beams strong enough to support roofs. How glass floors and stairs create vertiginous experiences where transparency fights our instinct for solid ground beneath our feet. How engineers calculate deflection limits not just for strength, but for psychological comfort because people hesitate to walk on surfaces that visibly flex even when the structure is safe. How some buildings use glass fins to stiffen curtain walls without visual bulk, the fins perpendicular to the facade creating rigidity through geometry rather than mass. How glass railings must meet impact standards and prevent climbing while remaining nearly invisible. How the architect's desire for dematerialization pushes engineers to find new ways to make glass perform structural work it was never historically asked to do. Examine glass in horticulture, from greenhouse panes that trap infrared to create warm growing environments, to cold frames that extend growing seasons, to the specialized glass of conservatories where humidity and temperature are carefully managed, and where condensation must be controlled to prevent dripping on sensitive plants, describing how modern greenhouse operators sometimes choose polycarbonate for better insulation, despite its lower light transmission, how the balance between thermal performance and light availability drives material selection, how ventilation systems work in concert with glass enclosures to prevent overheating in summer while retaining warmth in winter, how glass allows farmers to grow tropical species in temperate climates and extend harvests into months when outdoor cultivation would fail, the simple physics of transparency creating controlled climates that alter agricultural possibilities. Move into the realm of glass as a medium for information storage, describing how glass masters are used in CD and DVD replication, the photoresist exposed and developed on glass substrates before being electroformed into stampers, how researchers are exploring glass for long-term archival storage because it resists degradation better than magnetic media or plastic films, how data can be encoded in three-dimensional structures within glass using femtosecond lasers that create microscopic voids, each void representing a bit, the glass potentially preserving information for geological timescales unchanged by radiation or temperature swings that would erase other media, how this could make glass the ultimate archive for humanity's essential records. The same material that preserves wine preserving knowledge, both containments against entropy and time. Consider the acoustic properties of glass, how windows transmit sound readily because they're stiff and thin, how laminated glass with special acoustic interlayers damps vibration and reduces noise transmission, how recording studios and concert halls use heavy laminated panes in double or triple configurations with air gaps to achieve high sound transmission class ratings, how the mass and isolation matter more than any acoustic magic, how glass is actually one of the noisier common materials but can be made quiet through careful assembly, describing the physics of coincidence frequency, where a pane resonates with particular wavelengths and transmits them efficiently, how using panes of different thicknesses in double glazing splits the coincidence frequencies and flattens the transmission curve, how every window is a compromise between light, view, thermal performance, and acoustic isolation, the engineer balancing competing requirements within constraints of weight and cost. Reflect on glass in art beyond stained windows, describing how Dale Chihuly and others blow enormous organic forms, how cast glass artists like Karen Lamonti create figures that capture gesture and fabric folds in frozen transparency, how some artists incorporate glass into installations where light and view become the medium, how glass can be etched or sand-blasted to create translucency and pattern, how slumped glass takes the shape of moulds in kilns heated below melting point, the material sagging into new forms like heavy fabric, how lampworking and flameworking shape glass in small-scale detail for scientific models and decorative beads, how contemporary glass artists use techniques ranging from ancient to cutting edge, their work exploring the boundary between craft and fine art, between functional vessel and sculptural statement, how glass remains one of the few materials where individual artisans can still work with fundamental transformations of matter, using techniques that would be recognizable to Roman glassblowers even as industrial processes have scaled beyond recognition. Close with a meditative coda as rain falls softly against a window, inviting readers to imagine the full journey. Sand dunes shaped by wind, silica grains scooped and washed, furnaces where temperatures climb past the point where glass glows orange then white, the molten ribbon floating on tin like oil on still water, cooling gradually through annealing zones, emerging as flat sheets that will be cut and coated and framed and installed, becoming lenses that correct vision, prisms that teach physics, windows that shelter homes, bottles that preserve food and medicine, fibre optics that carry this very text as pulses of light through undersea cables. All of it descended from sand and fire, all of it dedicated to shepherding light in useful ways, the material so commonplace we look through it without noticing, so fundamental to modern life that we forget its presence. Glass making possible our cities, our communications, our instruments of science, our daily comforts, the transparent architecture of contemporary existence built from the most common materials, sand, heat, and time, transformed into clarity, into a substance that asks only to be looked through, to serve without announcing itself, to remain invisible while making vision possible, the rain streaming down the pane in rivulets that catch streetlight and break it into momentary prisms, each drop a lens, the window itself a descendant of ancient accidents, now refined to such perfection that we trust it to hold back weather while framing views, to separate inside from outside while keeping both visible, the quiet miracle of glass performing its service without fanfare. Transparent in both senses of the word, and as the rain continues its gentle percussion, you realize everything you're seeing passes through glass or has been shaped by glass or relies on glass somewhere in its chain of creation and delivery, the material woven so thoroughly into the fabric of modern existence that removing it would unravel countless systems, yet it remains modest, undemanding, content to be the medium rather than the message, to be the window rather than the view, sand transformed by fire into the invisible infrastructure of sight itself. And with that recognition, the rain softens to a whisper, and the window simply stands there doing what windows do, being glass, being clear, letting you see through to whatever matters on the other side. Faithful and quiet and utterly essential. A frozen liquid holding the weather at bay while light slips through unimpeded. The whole 5,000-year story from ancient beads to fibre optic cables compressed into this single pane, patient and transparent, asking nothing, giving everything. Sand becomes sight, and you understand that glass is both ancient and contemporary, both primitive and sophisticated, a material that has grown with human civilization from accidentally discovered curiosity to deliberately engineered necessity, that the same fundamental process, melting sand and cooling it quickly, produces everything from crude bottles to telescope mirrors, from window panes to computer screens. The technique refined, but the principle unchanged, and there's something profound in that continuity, in the way glassmaking connects the present moment to craftspeople working millennia ago. Their hands shaping molten glass just as machines shape it now, the material remembering nothing yet, carrying everything forward, amorphous and therefore without memory at the molecular level, yet bearing the cumulative memory of human innovation in every application, every new use built on previous discoveries, fibre optics unimaginable, without understanding of total internal reflection, low-E coatings impossible, without thin film interference knowledge, tempered glass requiring precise control of cooling rates, each advance, standing on the foundation of earlier glass knowledge, accumulated grain by grain like the sand from which it all begins. And as you watch the rain and contemplate the window you're looking through, you might notice your own reflection, faint in the glass, a ghost image created by the 4% reflection, at the air-glass interface, your face hovering transparent over the scene beyond. And this double vision, seeing both through and into the glass, captures the material's essential duality, how it's simultaneously present and absent, simultaneously object and aperture, how it mediates between you and the world while claiming to erase itself, how every window is both barrier and portal, how glass contains this paradox without resolving it, remaining suspended between states like the amorphous solid it is, and perhaps that suspension is what makes glass so suitable for modernity, for a civilization that values transparency as both literal quality and metaphorical virtue, that builds walls designed to disappear, that wants to see and be seen, that trusts barriers you can break with a fist yet relies on them to keep out cold and wind and rain, that has made looking through things so ordinary we rarely pause to marvel, that vision can penetrate matter, that we've learned to make stone, for glass is ultimately just modified stone, into something eyes can pass through as easily as light. The window before you, a philosophical object as much as a physical one, raising questions about inside and outside, public and private, barrier and connection, all while performing its humble function of keeping the rain off your head and the draft off your neck, and you might find yourself grateful for this unnoticed servant, this patient transparent guardian standing between you and weather, between comfort and exposure, asking no recognition and receiving little, just another window in a world of windows, just another piece of glass among billions of pieces, yet each one carrying the same improbable story, the same transformation, from opacity to transparency, from chaos to order, from sand to sight, the rain now diminishing to scattered drops that strike the pane with soft taps like fingers on a drum, each impact sending tiny ripples through the water film that clings to the outside surface, the physics of surface tension and contact angle, determining whether water beads or sheets, whether the view stays clear or blurs behind a veil of droplets. And even this small drama of water on glass connects to larger questions of hydrophobic coatings and self-cleaning surfaces, of titanium dioxide that breaks down organic films under UV light, of fluoropolymer treatments that make water roll away carrying dirt with it, the window becoming not just transparent but self-maintaining, another step in the long evolution of glass from passive material to active participant in building performance. And as the rain finally stops and the sky begins to lighten, and the drops on the window catch new light and sparkle like diamonds, temporary jewels on the surface of something more permanent, you recognize that you've been watching sand perform light, that the entire experience of looking through this window involves sand heated into submission millennia ago in principle, and perhaps only months or years ago in practice, now standing between you and sky, faithful to its purpose, clear and present and entirely itself, asking only that you look through it, and perhaps, just this once, that you look at it too, seeing the glass itself, acknowledging its presence, honouring the craft and science and industry and art that make this common miracle possible, this barrier that erases itself, this solid that admits light, this frozen liquid patient in its frame, waiting for the next rain, the next view, the next moment when someone pauses to notice what everyone looks through and no one sees. The next story is about to begin, please relax and enjoy. A young woman arrives at the Office of Weights and Measures in a coastal city on the first day of a new century, carrying a wooden case that contains her grandfather's marine chronometer. The office occupies the ground floor of an old customs house, where traders once verified their cargo scales against bronze standards kept in locked cabinets. She has come because the chronometer has stopped keeping time, not suddenly, but gradually, losing seconds each day until its drift became undeniable. The office keeper, a man in his 60s who has spent 40 years comparing instruments to references and references to definitions, takes the case gently and sets it on a workbench scarred by decades of careful adjustments. He opens it and studies the mechanism, noting the tiny pivot wear that has introduced fiction where there should be none. While he works, she tells him why the chronometer matters. Her grandfather was a navigator who learned his trade when ships still shot the sun with sextants, and compared local noon to Greenwich time carried in gimbaled boxes. He taught her that longitude was a problem of clocks, that knowing where you were at sea meant knowing what time it was at home, and that Harrison's solution had turned ocean into a grid of hours. The chronometer before them had crossed 3 oceans and passed through her grandfather's hands to hers, and now it was drifting, unmoored from the time it was meant to keep. The office keeper listens and nods, explaining that drift is inevitable in mechanical systems, that even the platinum iridium kilogram in Paris gathered micrograms of atmosphere over decades, that standards are stories we agree to retell with increasing precision. He can restore the chronometer's rate, he says, but it will drift again. Everything does. What matters is knowing how much and when. He shows her the calibration certificates on his wall, each one a chain of comparisons reaching back to a national laboratory that in turn reaches back to definitions written in physics rather than metal. He talks while adjusting the balance wheel, adding that his own work is a form of translation, taking the abstract definitions of the second, the meter, the kilogram, and making them present in the springs and weights and rulers that people actually touch. She asks him how he became a keeper of standards, and he tells her a story about his father, who was a surveyor in the years when land was still measured by walking it with Gunther's chains. His father had owned a set of nested brass weights, each one fitted to the next, the smallest no larger than a grain, the largest the size of a fist. As a boy, he had been allowed to handle them only after washing his hands, because even the oil from skin could change a weight over time. His father explained that every measurement was a comparison, that to weigh a sack of flour meant comparing it to these brass standards, and that these standards had themselves been compared to a civic reference, kept in the town hall, and that reference had been sent away periodically to be compared against a provincial standard, and so on up the chain until you reached something that nations had agreed upon. The boy understood then that measurement was not about objects but about agreements, and that these agreements made it possible for strangers to trade fairly, for builders to meet at corners, for ships to arrive when promised. He had wanted to be part of that quiet architecture of trust. She listens and watches him work, noticing the tools arranged on his bench with the same care her grandfather used to position his navigation instruments. The office keeper uses a timing apparatus to check the chronometer's rate against a reference tied to an atomic clock that counts the oscillations of cesium atoms, and she finds herself thinking about the distance between her grandfather's mechanical age and this quantum one, how both are trying to do the same thing, hold time steady enough to navigate by. The keeper explains that the second used to be defined by Earth's rotation, then by its orbit, and now by the hyperfine transition of cesium-133, which oscillates 9,001 to 631,770 times per second, with a constancy no mechanical system can match. Atomic clocks, he says, are so stable that they reveal the drift in Earth's rotation itself, which is why leap seconds get added to UTC, tiny corrections to keep clock time and planet time from diverging too far. He adjusts the chronometer's regulator and sets it running again, explaining that he has restored its rate to within 2 seconds per day, which is as good as the mechanism's age and wear will allow. She asks what happens when instruments can no longer be calibrated to acceptable uncertainty, and he says they become relics, or are rebuilt from scratch, that sometimes the cost of maintaining traceability exceeds the value of the object, and a choice must be made between precision and sentiment. She realizes he is asking her a question. The chronometer can be made to run accurately enough for display, for memory, for the pleasure of hearing it tick, but it will never again be reliable enough to navigate by, not in an age when satellites broadcast time signals that derive from atomic standards accurate to nanoseconds. She can keep it as her grandfather kept it, or she can accept that its working life has passed and let it become a different kind of inheritance. A story about how standards change, how the tools that once kept the world synchronized eventually drift into history themselves. She chooses to have it repaired, not for navigation, but for the small ritual of winding it each day and listening to its tick, a rhythm that connects her to the decades when mechanical time was the best time humans had. The office keeper finishes the adjustment and writes a calibration certificate by hand, noting the date, the rate, the estimated uncertainty, and the standards used for comparison. He explains that this certificate is itself a kind of measurement, a document that places the chronometer within a chain of traceability reaching back to international definitions, even though the chronometer will never again serve the purpose it was built for. As she prepares to leave, he tells her one more story. When the metric system was born in revolutionary France, the meter was defined as 1/10,000,000th of the distance from the equator to the North Pole along the Paris meridian, and surveyors spent years triangulating their way across mountains and war zones to measure that arc. They embedded their results in a platinum bar kept in an archive, and for a century the meter lived in that bar. If the bar was lost or damaged, the meter itself would be unmeasured. Eventually metrology moved from artifacts to ideas, from this particular bar to the distance light travels in 1/292,792,458 of a second, a definition that exists everywhere and nowhere, independent of any object. The same transformation happened to mass when the kilogram was redefined in terms of Planck's constant, and to every other base unit in turn. We are living, he says, in the first era when the fundamental standards that organize human activity are not things you can touch, but phenomena you can only describe mathematically. She asks him if that makes measurement less real, and he shakes his head. The opposite, he says, it makes measurement more real, because it ties our units to the fabric of the universe itself rather than to human artifacts that can be broken or lost. But it also makes his job stranger, because he spends his days making the abstract tangible, turning definitions about light speed and atomic transitions into the calibration of the tape measure a carpenter uses to cut a board. She leaves with the chronometer, and as she walks back through the city, she finds herself noticing measurement everywhere. The parking meters counting time in coins, the construction site where workers check their levels against the pull of gravity, the pharmacy where medicines are dosed in milligrams, the bakery where flour is weighed on a scale whose accuracy is certified annually. She passes a building where a cornerstone is marked with the year of construction, and realizes that even dates are measurements, that calendars are agreements about how to count days, that leap years exist because Earth's orbit is not a round number of rotations. At a crosswalk, she watches the signal count down in seconds and thinks about the cesium atoms oscillating in some distant laboratory, their timing propagated through radio signals and fiber optics, until it reaches this corner where strangers need to cross a street at the same time. That night, she winds the chronometer and sets it according to her phone, which synchronizes with network time, which traces back through servers and satellites to atomic clocks. She knows the chronometer will drift again, that by next month it will be off by a minute, by next year perhaps an hour, but that is no longer the point. The chronometer has become a meditation on the difference between precision and meaning, a reminder that the tools we use to measure the world are themselves part of the world and subject to its entropy. She thinks about the chain of comparisons the office keeper described, her chronometer checked against his reference checked against a national laboratory, the laboratory checked against the definition of the second written in the frequencies of atoms. Somewhere in that chain, physical objects give way to abstract constants, and it is there, in that transition, that modern metrology lives. Her grandfather navigated by comparing the chronometer's time to the sun's position, turning the difference into degrees of longitude, and in doing so he participated in a practice that stretched back to Harrison and forward to the GPS satellites that have made his techniques obsolete. But the underlying principle remains the same. Location is knowable because time is measurable, because humans have agreed on what a second means and have built systems to keep that agreement synchronized across distances. The chronometer ticks on her nightstand, each swing of its balance wheel a tiny negotiation with friction and gravity, and she falls asleep listening to it, thinking about ropes with knots for measuring speed, about rods kept in town halls, about the platinum iridium cylinder in Paris that was the kilogram for more than a century, about the Kibble balance that replaced it by comparing electrical power to weight. She dreams of surveyors walking fields with chains, of merchants in medieval markets comparing their weights to the bronze standards kept in guild halls, of sailors casting log lines over the stern and counting knots while sand ran through a glass. In the dream, all these figures are part of a single long conversation about what it means to agree, about how to make sure that this much here equals that much there, about the quiet infrastructure of comparability that makes trade and construction and navigation possible. When she wakes, the chronometer has lost 3 seconds overnight, a small betrayal that she notes in a journal she decides to keep. She will track its drift, she decides, measuring the measurer, documenting how it slips away from the time kept by atoms and satellites. In doing so, she will perform her own small act of metrology, maintaining traceability not for practical purposes, but as a way of staying connected to the history her grandfather represented and the future the office keeper described. Weeks pass, and she returns to the customs house with questions. She wants to understand the uncertainty budgets the keeper mentioned, the way calibration labs quantify not just measurements, but the confidence they have in those measurements. He explains that uncertainty is not error. Error means you got it wrong, but uncertainty means you know how well you know it, and that honesty about the limits of knowledge is what makes measurement trustworthy. He shows her how uncertainty compounds through a chain of comparisons, how each step adds its own contribution, and how the final certificate must account for everything from temperature variations to the resolution of instruments to the statistical scatter of repeated observations. She asks about tolerance and fit, about how parts made in different factories can come together, and he pulls out engineering drawings marked with geometric dimensioning and tolerancing symbols. A hole designated H7 and a shaft designated G6, he explains, speak a language that machinists worldwide understand. The hole will be slightly oversized, the shaft slightly undersized, and together they will have clearance for oil film and thermal expansion. These alphanumeric codes are agreements made decades ago, standardized so that a bearing made in one country will fit an axle made in another. The world hums, he says, because these agreements exist and are maintained. She learns about the history of standard time zones, how railroads forced cities to synchronize their clocks because trains could not run on schedules where every town kept its own solar noon. Telegraph wires carried time signals across continents, gathering scattered local times into regional hours, and eventually the globe was divided into zones 1 hour wide, each one a compromise between astronomical truth and logistical convenience. She learns about the international prototype meter bars distributed to nations in the late 1800s, each one a copy compared to the master in Paris, and about the care taken to store them at constant temperature because metal expands and contracts with heat. She learns about gauge blocks, the steel or ceramic rectangles that machinists use to calibrate micrometers, manufactured flat to within millionths of an inch, and wrung together into stacks to create precise reference lengths. The office keeper becomes her teacher in the architecture of agreement, and through him she begins to see the world as a mesh of maintained compatibilities. When she buys vegetables at the market, she notices the scale's certification sticker. When she fills her car with gas, she sees the pump's accuracy seal. When she takes medicine, she thinks about the chain of measurements that ensured the dosage, the pharmaceutical lab's analytical balance compared to reference weights, those weights compared to national standards, those standards now defined by fixing Planck's constant, and using a Kibble balance to realize the kilogram through quantum mechanics and voltage standards. Everything connects if you follow the chain far enough. Months into her informal apprenticeship, the office keeper tells her about the quantum effects that now underpin electrical metrology. The Josephson effect, where voltage becomes a countable staircase of frequency steps, and the quantum Hall effect, where resistance locks to fundamental constants. These phenomena turn electrical measurements into exercises in counting, and counting, unlike continuous comparison, can be done with arbitrary precision. It is strange, he says, that the most practical standards are now the most abstract, that you calibrate a voltmeter by counting the oscillations in a Josephson junction rather than by comparing it to a battery. The tools of precision have moved from artifact to phenomenon, from comparison to calculation. She asks him what he thinks will come next, and he speculates about optical lattice clocks that could redefine the second with even greater stability, about quantum sensors that might make gravitational measurements portable, about the slow reduction of uncertainty in every base unit. But he also notes that metrology is conservative by necessity. Standards must remain stable enough that last year's measurements still mean something today, that infrastructure built decades ago can still interface with parts manufactured now. Progress in measurement is a careful walk between improvement and continuity. One day she asks him about the failures, the times when incompatible standards caused problems, and he tells her about the Mars Climate Orbiter. Lost because one team used metric units and another used imperial, about medical dosing errors when concentrations are misread, about trade disputes over the definition of a bushel or a ton. He tells her that unit confusion has probably cost more than wars, not in drama but in accumulated waste. Materials ordered wrong, parts machined to the wrong specification, contracts disputed because two sides meant different things by the same word. Clear labels and maintained traceability are unglamorous guardrails, but they prevent more disaster than most people realize. As the year turns, she notices that her relationship with the chronometer has changed. It is no longer just her grandfather's instrument, but a lens through which she sees the whole edifice of metrology. Its drift is not a flaw, but a demonstration of why standards must migrate from artifacts to definitions, why a kilogram that lives in a vault will eventually be corrupted by the atmosphere, while a kilogram defined by Planck's constant remains forever stable. The chronometer is beautiful precisely because it is failing at a predictable rate, because its failure is measurable, because even in its decline it participates in the system of agreements that make measurement meaningful. She writes a long letter to no one in particular, or perhaps to her grandfather, or perhaps to the future, trying to articulate what she has learned. Measurement, she writes, is the infrastructure beneath all other infrastructure. It is what makes strangers trustworthy to each other, because if we can agree on what a meter means, what a kilogram means, what a second means, then we can agree on transactions and schedules and the dimensions of the parts we need to fit together. Standards are not about control, but about communication, not about forcing uniformity, but about making diversity compatible. A farmer in one country and a factory in another can collaborate if they speak the same numerical language, and that language is only possible because someone, somewhere, is maintaining the definitions and comparisons that give the numbers meaning. The chronometer, still ticking on her nightstand, has become her proof that measurement is an act of care. Care for the agreements that make coordination possible, care for the instruments that embody those agreements, care for the uncertainty budgets that admit what we don't know, even as they assert what we do. In learning to measure its drift, she has joined the long line of people who have measured measurers, who have asked not just how much, but how well do we know how much, who have turned metrology from a technical practice into an ethical one. Because to measure honestly with full accounting of uncertainty is to practice a rigorous form of humility. It is to say, this is what we know, this is how we know it, and this is how confident we are. It is to build systems that can be checked, compared, traced back to definitions that anyone with the right equipment can verify. It is to participate in the gentle synchronization that keeps a noisy, chaotic world functioning at all. The story could end here, with her understanding complete, but instead it continues into the next generation. Years later, she has taken over the office from the retiring keeper, and a young man arrives with a device she has never seen. A quantum sensor that measures gravitational variation and needs calibration against geodetic standards. She takes the case, sets it on the scarred workbench, and begins to ask him why it matters, knowing that the answer will lead somewhere unexpected, that every instrument carries a story about what humans decided was worth measuring and why. The rain that opened this tale is still falling outside the customs house, soft and steady, marking time in its own way. The young man explains that his sensor will map subsurface density variations for groundwater studies, that freshwater aquifers are becoming the next frontier of resource measurement, that knowing where water hides beneath increasingly arid landscapes may be as crucial to this century as knowing longitude was to the last. She nods and thinks about how measurement always serves the needs of its era. Cubit rods for temple construction, marine chronometers for empire and trade, atomic clocks for satellite navigation, and now quantum gravimeters for invisible reservoirs. The problems change, but the principle endures. Turn the unmeasured into the known, make the invisible accountable, give numbers to what matters. She asks about the sensor's operating principle, and he describes atom interferometry, how clouds of ultra-cold atoms are split and recombined, how their quantum phase shifts respond to gravitational gradients with extraordinary sensitivity. It sounds like magic to her, though she knows the office keeper would have said the same about cesium clocks when he first encountered them, that every generation's new metrology feels like alchemy until it becomes routine. She will need to compare his sensor against gravimetric reference stations whose values are tied to absolute gravity measurements, which in turn connect to the SI definition of acceleration through the meter and second. Another chain of traceability, another path from the specific to the universal. While she sets up the comparison apparatus, he walks around the office examining the instruments on display, the old yard rods and surveyor's chains, the nested brass weights, a case of gauge blocks, a collection of mercury thermometers that once defined fixed points before resistance thermometry replaced them. He asks if these are museum pieces or working tools, and she explains that some are both, that the brass weights still get used occasionally when someone brings in an antique balance that can't be calibrated with modern standards, that metrology accumulates tools rather than discarding them, because sometimes the right reference for an old instrument is another old instrument whose relationship to modern standards has been carefully documented. Backward compatibility, she calls it, the same principle that lets new software read old file formats, that keeps century-old buildings accessible by modern fire codes. She tells him about a problem she encountered the previous month. A craftsman who makes reproductions of 18th century scientific instruments brought in a replica Fahrenheit thermometer that he wanted certified for a museum exhibition. The thermometer used the original Fahrenheit scale, where 0 was set at the temperature of a brine solution and 96 at human body temperature, with the freezing and boiling points of water falling at odd numbers as a consequence. She had to trace that obsolete scale through historical records to its relationship with the modern Kelvin scale, then work backward to determine what the thermometer's readings would have meant in 1724 and what they meant now. The calibration certificate she issued was as much a work of historical scholarship as metrology, bridging 3 centuries of evolving standards. It taught her that measurement has archaeology, layers of abandoned definitions still present in old instruments, still meaningful to people who study or recreate the past. The young man asks whether all those historical standards were wrong, and she shakes her head. They weren't wrong, she explains, just local. The cubit varied from place to place, but it was right enough for its purpose within its context. The Roman mile got armies where they needed to go. Fahrenheit's thermometer was internally consistent, even if his fixed points seem arbitrary now. Standards become obsolete when their context expands, when trade becomes global instead of regional, when manufacturing becomes distributed across continents, when navigation moves from coastal to oceanic to orbital. The definition of good enough scales with the reach of coordination. Medieval merchants needed weights consistent within a town. Modern pharmaceutical companies need masses traceable across hemispheres. The same logic applies to accuracy. Pocket watches were revolutionary at 30 seconds per day. Quartz watches achieved 1 second per day. Atomic clocks reach billionths of a second. Each improvement unlocked new possibilities that required that level of precision. GPS navigation needs nanosecond timing. Anything less would produce location errors of hundreds of feet. The technology doesn't demand precision for its own sake, but because the application won't work without it. She runs the comparison protocol, taking multiple measurements of the local gravitational field, with both her reference station and his quantum sensor, logging temperature, barometric pressure, and instrument configuration. The data will feed into an uncertainty budget that accounts for everything from groundwater table variations to tidal effects to the building's structural vibrations. His sensor reads gravitational acceleration to 8 decimal places, which seems absurdly precise until she remembers that he's looking for tiny density anomalies deep underground, that the difference between saturated aquifer and dry rock might show up in the 6th or 7th digit. Precision that looks like overkill for one application becomes essential for another. Between measurement runs, she asks him about his training, and he describes a graduate program in geophysics where he learned about measurement only incidentally, as a tool rather than a subject. He knows how to operate his sensor, but not much about the infrastructure that validates it, about the national laboratories and international committees that maintain the definitions his device depends on. This doesn't surprise her. Most people who use measurements never think about their origins, just as people who flip light switches rarely consider the power grid. That invisibility is the mark of good infrastructure. It disappears into reliability, becomes so trustworthy that it no longer requires conscious attention. But she believes that understanding metrology, even superficially, makes you better at whatever you measure. It instills appropriate skepticism about your data, makes you ask about calibration dates and uncertainty bounds, prevents you from reporting 7-digit precision on measurements that have 3-digit certainty. The young man admits he's never thought much about measurement uncertainty, that his training emphasized collecting data but not qualifying its reliability. She takes this as an opportunity to explain the concept properly, sketching out the components of an uncertainty budget, the random scatter of repeated measurements, the systematic bias of the instrument, the limited resolution of the display, the environmental factors that affect the reading, the uncertainty inherited from the reference standards used in calibration. All these contributions combine statistically into an expanded uncertainty, usually reported at a 95% confidence level, that brackets the true value. The key insight she emphasizes is that you never know the true value. You only know your measurement and your uncertainty, and honesty demands you report both. A measurement without uncertainty is just a number floating free of epistemic moorings, neither true nor false, just unevaluated. He asks whether this philosophical approach to measurement is new, and she laughs and says it's ancient. The medieval merchants who checked their weights against civic standards were practicing traceability. The astronomers who compared observatory clocks were quantifying drift. The surveyors who closed their traverse loops were checking for accumulated error. What's new is the formalization, the mathematical framework that lets you propagate uncertainty through calculations, the international vocabulary that lets labs on different continents compare their competence. The ISO standards for measurement uncertainty, published in the late 20th century, didn't invent carefulness, but they did systematize it, gave it a common language, made it teachable and auditable. She shows him her shelf of reference documents, the International Vocabulary of Metrology, the Guide to the Expression of Uncertainty in Measurement, the specifications for ISO 17025 accreditation. These texts read like philosophy married to statistics, she says, endlessly careful about what words like accuracy and precision and resolution actually mean, insistent that these terms are not synonyms but distinct concepts that must be kept separate. Accuracy is closeness to truth. Precision is repeatability. Resolution is the smallest detectable difference. An instrument can be precise without being accurate if it consistently gives the wrong answer, or accurate on average without being precise if its readings scatter widely around the true value. Understanding these distinctions prevents the casual errors that plague anyone who measures things. The calibration finishes and she compiles the certificate, which takes longer than the measurements themselves. She documents the reference standards used, their calibration histories, the environmental conditions, the measurement procedure, the raw data, the statistical analysis, and finally the uncertainty budget with all its contributing factors itemized and combined. The result is a number, local gravitational acceleration, surrounded by scaffolding that shows exactly how that number was obtained and how much confidence it deserves. The young man will take this certificate into the field, and it will ground his sensors readings in the SI system, will let him claim that his measurements of aquifer density are not just relative but absolute, not just self-consistent but comparable to anyone else's measurements anywhere. Before he leaves, she tells him one more story, one the old keeper told her and his father told him, about the meter of the archives in Paris. When the revolutionary French surveyors completed their meridian arc measurement and created the first platinum meter bar, they made an error. Their calculation of Earth's quadrant was off by about 0.2 of a millimeter, so the meter they created was not exactly 1/10 millionth of the distance from pole to equator, but very slightly different. The error wasn't discovered until geodesy improved decades later, and by then the meter bar had been copied and distributed internationally, had become the length standard for millions of measurements. The choice facing metrologist was either to redefine the meter to match Earth's actual dimensions, which would have invalidated all existing meter bars and the measurements made with them, or to accept that the meter was now defined by the artifact rather than the planet, that the small discrepancy didn't matter as long as everyone agreed on which meter they meant. They chose continuity over abstract correctness, and the artifact became the standard until it was eventually replaced not by a more accurate Earth measurement, but by a definition based on light speed. The lesson, she says, is that measurement is a social practice as much as a physical one, that sometimes the agreement matters more than the underlying truth, that a slightly wrong standard universally accepted is better than a perfect standard that fractures consensus. He considers this and asks whether it bothers her, the idea that standards are maintained through collective decision, rather than discovered like natural laws. She shakes her head. It comforts her, actually, because it means measurement is fundamentally human, an expression of our need to coordinate rather than an attempt to read nature's hidden script. The constants we've chosen to fix, the speed of light, Planck's constant, the cesium hyperfine frequency, weren't inevitable choices but pragmatic ones, phenomena that are both precisely measurable and physically stable. An alien civilization would measure its universe too, but it might not pick the same phenomena to anchor its units, might build its metrology around different invariants. Yet both systems would be valid as long as they remained internally consistent and enabled coordination. That pluralism, that acknowledgement that measurement systems are constructed rather than discovered, makes her work feel more like art than science, more like maintaining a language than enforcing laws. As the young man packs his quantum sensor and prepares to return to his aquifer studies, she realizes that her time in the office has taught her something the old keeper never explicitly said, but demonstrated through years of patient work. Metrology is an act of care for future coordination. Every calibration she performs, every certificate she issues, every uncertainty budget she calculates is a gift to someone she'll never meet, who will rely on her numbers being honest and traceable. That person might be a researcher analysing data decades from now, might be an engineer trying to diagnose why a system failed, might be a regulatory inspector determining whether a product meets safety standards. They will all depend on measurements linking back through chains of comparison to definitions that she helped maintain. Her work creates a commons of reliable quantity, a shared resource that anyone can use but only specialists maintain. The rain continues outside, heavier now, and she thinks about the water cycle itself as a kind of metrology, evaporation and condensation, and precipitation moving mass from ocean to sky to land in quantities that can be measured but not yet fully predicted. Perhaps the young man's aquifer maps will become part of that understanding, will help communities know how much water they have and how much they can use, will turn groundwater from a vague resource into a quantified one. Measurement precedes management. You cannot regulate what you cannot count. She winds the chronometer on her desk, her grandfather's instrument still ticking despite years of accumulating drift. It has become the office mascot, a reminder that all measurement instruments are temporary vessels for permanent ideas, that the chronometer will eventually fail, but the second it approximates will persist, that her own calibrations will outlast her in the certificates and chains of traceability she maintains. The office itself will endure, she hopes, adapting to whatever new sensors and standards the future requires, staying open for anyone who arrives with an instrument that needs anchoring to something larger than itself. She returns to her paperwork, to the steady work of comparing things and documenting the comparisons, to the quiet satisfaction of maintaining one small node in the invisible network that keeps strangers' numbers meaning the same things. Outside, the rain falls in drops whose volume could be measured, whose impact could be timed, whose accumulated depth will be recorded somewhere in units traceable to international definitions. The world measures itself, constantly and everywhere, and she has chosen to be one of the people who keeps those measurements honest. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The rain begins, before memory does, soft and persistent. The kind that doesn't announce itself but simply arrives, already part of the air. In that rain, in a city whose name doesn't matter because all cities share this quality, when the light is grey and the streets are empty, there is a building. Not tall, not grand, but old in the way that suggests it has outlasted its original purpose and found another. Its brick face is dark with water, its windows reflect nothing, and at street level, beneath a faded awning that once bore letters now illegible, there is a door. The door is wooden, painted green many years ago, though the paint has cracked and peeled in places to reveal earlier colours beneath, blue, white, something that might have been red. The hardware is brass, tarnished to the colour of old leaves. A cylinder lock sits in the door's centre, its keyway shaped like a mouth that has forgotten how to speak. Above it, a deadbolt. Below, a latch that clicks when the handle turns. The door is not beautiful, but it is honest. It does not pretend to be anything other than what it is, a barrier that can be moved, a promise that can be kept or broken. Inside the building, which is neither apartment nor office but something between, there is a man named Thomas who has lived in the same room for 17 years. He's not old, but he's not young. His hair has begun to thin at the crown. His hands are careful, deliberate. The hands of someone who has learned that haste creates mistakes and mistakes create consequences. Thomas works nights at a bindery across the river, a place that still repairs books the old way, with thread and glue and patience. He sleeps during the day when the city is loudest, and he wakes in the late afternoon when the quality of light begins to change and shadows stretch long across the floor. Thomas's room contains a narrow bed, a table, 2 chairs, though he never has visitors, a hot plate, a sink, and a window that looks onto an air shaft where pigeons nest in the corroded rungs of a fire escape. The door to his room is hollow core wood, light enough to carry, with a knob set that rattles when the hallway trembles from footsteps or passing trucks. There is no deadbolt. The latch is loose, and sometimes when the building settles, the door drifts open an inch or two, revealing a slice of the dim hallway beyond. Thomas has learned to wedge a folded piece of cardboard beneath it at night, not for security, but for the small comfort of knowing the door will stay where he puts it. 3 doors down the hall lives a woman named Elena, who works mornings at a bakery and returns each afternoon smelling of yeast and cinnamon. Her door is the same hollow core construction as Thomas's, but she has painted it yellow a bright defiant yellow that seems to glow even in the building's permanent twilight. She's also installed a hook-and-eye latch on the inside and a small brass chain, the kind that can be slipped and jimmied with a credit card, but which offers the psychological weight of intention. Eleanor speaks to Thomas sometimes when they pass in the hall, brief exchanges about weather or mail or the building's unreliable heat. She has a daughter, though the daughter does not live here. Thomas knows this because he has heard Elena on the payphone in the downstairs vestibule, her voice soft and pleading, saying things like, "I'm trying," and "maybe next month," and "I love you." After those calls, Elena's yellow door stays closed for days. At the end of the hallway, in the room closest to the communal bathroom, lives a man whose name no one knows. He is tall and bent, always wearing a grey coat regardless of season, and he never makes eye contact. His door is unmarked, unpainted, and fitted with 3 locks: the original knob set, a deadbolt, and a surface-mounted chain guard whose screws have been driven so deep they've cracked the door frame. The man comes and goes at irregular hours. Sometimes Thomas hears him in the hallway at 3 a.m, the sound of keys jingling, locks turning, the careful precision of someone who checks each mechanism twice. The building itself is owned by a woman named Mrs. Kavanagh, who lives on the ground floor in an apartment with lace curtains and a cat that sits in the window, watching the street with the patience of something that has given up hunting, but not observation. Mrs. Kavanagh is 70 or perhaps 80, small and upright, with hands that shake slightly when she holds the rent receipts, but which become steady when she works the building's master key into a stubborn lock. She has owned the building for 40 years, inherited from a husband who died before Thomas was born. She knows every door, every hinge pin, every strike plate that needs shimming. Once a month she walks the hallways with a ring of keys and a small notebook, checking locks, tightening screws, oiling cylinders with a precision that suggests ritual. The front entrance to the building is a double door, glass panes reinforced with wire mesh, fitted with a mortise lock that is older than anyone currently living inside. The lock's mechanism is elaborate, a series of levers and springs and wards that must align just so before the bolt will retract. The key is long and ornate, its bow shaped like a fleur-de-lis, its blade cut with intricate notches that correspond to the lock's internal geography. Mrs. Kavanagh keeps the master on a cord around her neck. Each tenant has a copy, though the copies are not identical. Some have been filed down over the years, reshaped to fit the lock's evolving tolerances as metal wears against metal, and mechanisms drift out of true. Thomas's key requires a slight upward pressure as it turns. Eleanor's must be wiggled at a certain point in the rotation. One evening in October, when the rain has finally stopped and the streets are slick with reflected light, Thomas returns from the bindery to find a notice taped to the front door. The building will be undergoing repairs. New locks will be installed on the main entrance and on each apartment door. Tenants will be issued new keys. The work will begin the following Monday. The notice is typed on Mrs. Kavanagh's ancient typewriter, the letters slightly misaligned, some darker than others where the ribbon is worn. At the bottom, in her careful handwriting, she has added, "These improvements will enhance security and convenience. Thank you for your patience." The building reacts to this news in different ways. Eleanor seems relieved, as if the promise of better locks might solve problems that have nothing to do with doors. The man with 3 locks does not change his expression, but Thomas notices that he begins carrying a small leather pouch on his belt, the kind that might hold tools or spare keys, and that he touches it occasionally as if confirming its presence. On Monday morning, a van arrives. 2 men emerge, carrying toolboxes and a canvas bag that clinks with the sound of metal against metal. They are not young, these men, but neither are they old. They wear work clothes that are clean but worn, and they move with the efficiency of people who have done the same task 1,000 times. Mrs. Kavanagh meets them at the front door and they speak briefly, their voices too low for Thomas, watching from his window to hear. Then they enter, and the work begins. The men start with the front entrance. Thomas, who has the day off and who finds himself restless, descends to the vestibule to watch. They remove the old mortise lock with care, unscrewing the plate, withdrawing the mechanism from the door's edge, laying it on a cloth spread on the floor. The lock is heavy, solid, its internal parts worn smooth by decades of use. The men examine it without speaking, turning it over, studying the levers and springs with the attention of people reading a text in a language they know fluently. One of them points to a crack in the case, the other nods. They set the old lock aside, not discarding it, but placing it carefully in a cardboard box, as if even in retirement it deserves respect. The new lock is smaller, more compact, a cylinder mechanism set into a reinforced plate. The men measure, drill, chisel, fit. They work without haste, checking alignment, testing the bolt's throw, adjusting the strike plate until the door closes with a solid, definitive sound. When they are finished, they test the lock a dozen times, turning the key, feeling the pins rise and fall, listening to the click of the plug rotating in its housing. They work through the building methodically, one door at a time. Thomas watches as they reach Elena's yellow door. She opens it when they knock, and they explain the process. Same lock for everyone, interchangeable cores, new keys cut from a controlled keyway. Eleanor nods, but she looks uncertain, as if the promise of better security has revealed an anxiety she had not known she carried. While the men work, she stands in the hallway, arms crossed, watching them remove the old knob set with its loose latch and rattling cylinder. The new lock fits tightly, its faceplate flush with the door's edge, its bolt throwing with a crisp, mechanical precision. When they hand her the new key, she holds it for a moment, feeling its weight, its edges, as if trying to memorize its shape. Then she tests it, sliding it into the keyway, turning it, hearing the bolt move. She does this 3 times, and each time her expression softens slightly, as if the repetition is teaching her something she needed to learn. The men reach Thomas's door in the late afternoon. He lets them in, and they work in silence, removing the old hardware, installing the new. Thomas stands by the window watching the airshaft, listening to the sounds behind him. The drills whine, the chisels tap, the soft rasp of metal filing metal. When they are done, one of the men hands him 2 keys on a small ring and says, "Try it." Thomas steps into the hallway, closes the door, inserts the key. It slides in smoothly, turns with resistance that feels calibrated, deliberate. The bolt seats with a sound that is neither loud nor soft but definitive, a period at the end of a sentence. He opens it again, closes it again, feels the difference. The old lock had been loose, forgiving, a mechanism worn to the point of ambiguity. This new lock is clear, unambiguous, a yes or no with no space between. At the end of the hall, the men reach the door with 3 locks. They knock. There is no answer. They knock again, wait, knock a 3rd time. Mrs. Kavanagh appears, her master key in hand, and she speaks to them quietly. They nod, and she unlocks the door. Thomas, standing in his own doorway, cannot see inside, but he hears the men's conversation. "He's got these installed himself," one says. "Not bad work," the other replies, "but the door frame's compromised, all that weight pulling on cracked wood." They confer with Mrs. Kavanagh, and she makes a decision. They will replace the main lock, but they will leave the additional deadbolt and chain if the tenant wishes. They will also reinforce the frame, adding a steel plate to distribute the stress. By evening, the work is complete. The men pack their tools, carry the box of old locks to their van, and drive away. The building settles into its new configuration. Identical locks on every door, a single keyway, a unified system where before there had been variety and improvisation. That night, Thomas lies in his bed and listens. He hears doors closing, locks turning, the small sounds of people securing their spaces for the night. The sounds are different now, uniform, a rhythm that the building had not possessed before. He thinks about what has been gained and what has been lost. The old locks had character, history, the patina of use. They had required knowledge, which key needed upward pressure, which cylinder needed wiggling, and that knowledge had been a kind of intimacy, a relationship, between person and mechanism. The new locks are efficient, reliable, secure. They do not require understanding, only the correct key. In the days that follow, Thomas begins to notice changes. Elena's door stays closed less often. She emerges more frequently, and once, when Thomas passes her in the hallway, she is humming. The man with 3 locks, however, does not change. His door remains fortified, the additional deadbolt and chain still in place. Thomas sees him occasionally, always in the grey coat, always moving with the same careful deliberation. Winter arrives, and with it, a different kind of the rain. Cold, hard, the kind that finds every crack and gap. The building's heat is inadequate, and tenants begin to seal their doors with weather-stripping rolls of foam and rubber that compress when the door closes, creating a barrier against drafts. Thomas installs a sweep along the bottom of his door, a simple aluminum channel with a rubber blade that brushes against the threshold. The first night he notices the difference. The room is quieter, warmer, more separate from the hallway beyond. He thinks about thresholds, about the way a door is not just a lock and hinges but an entire system, each component contributing to the whole. One evening in December, Thomas returns from the bindery to find Mrs. Kavanagh sitting in the vestibule. She's not waiting for anyone, just sitting on the small bench beneath the mailboxes, her hands folded in her lap, her cat beside her. Thomas stops, uncertain, and she looks up at him. "The building is 43 years old," she says, though he has not asked. "I have been here for 40. I know every door. I know which ones stick in summer, which ones shrink in winter, which ones need shims, which ones need new hinges." She pauses, and in that pause Thomas hears the building around them, the creak of wood, the tick of pipes, the whisper of air moving through gaps and seams. "A building is not just walls," Mrs. Kavanagh continues. "It is doors, and doors are not just wood and metal. They are agreements, between inside and outside, between what we share and what we keep. A good door is a courtesy. It opens when it should, it stays closed when it must, and a good lock is a promise that what you leave behind will be waiting when you return." In January, Eleanor knocks on Thomas's door. He opens it and she stands in the hallway, holding a small plate covered with foil. "I made too much," she says, though they both know this is not true. "Buñuelos, for Epiphany." Thomas takes the plate and thanks her, and she nods and turns away. But before she reaches her yellow door, she stops and says, without looking back, "The new lock helped. I don't know why, but it did." Then she enters her room, and Thomas hears the lock turn, the bolt seat, the sound clear and final. That night, Thomas eats the buñuelos slowly, savouring the sweetness and the cinnamon, and he thinks about what Elena said. The lock helped, not because it was stronger or more secure than the old one, though it was both those things. It helped because it was new, because it represented change, because it divided time into before and after. The old lock had belonged to the life Elena was trying to leave. The new lock belonged to the life she was trying to build. One night in March, when the rain has returned and the city is soft with water, Thomas wakes to a sound. Not a loud sound, but a wrong sound. The sound of something that should not be happening. He lies still, listening. It comes again, metal on metal, but not the familiar sound of a key in a lock. This is different, probing, testing. He rises, careful not to make the floorboards creak, and moves to his door. He does not open it, but presses his ear against the wood, listening. The sound is coming from down the hall, from the direction of the man with 3 locks. Thomas opens his door slowly, quietly, and steps into the hallway. The light is dim, but he can see a figure at the far end, crouched before the last door, hands working at the lock. Not the man who lives there, but someone else, someone smaller, someone whose posture speaks of desperation rather than belonging. "Hey," Thomas says, and his voice sounds strange in the narrow hallway. The figure jerks upright, turns, and Thomas sees a face, young, gaunt, eyes wide with something that might be fear, or might be need, or might be both. They stare at each other for a moment that stretches like a thread pulled taut. Then the figure runs, not toward Thomas, but past him, down the stairs, and Thomas hears the front door open and close, hears footsteps on the wet pavement outside, hears them fade into the rain. Other doors open. Elena appears, her hair loose, her face creased with sleep. Mrs. Kavanagh climbs the stairs slowly, already dressed though it is past midnight. They gather at the end of the hall and Mrs. Kavanagh examines the door. The lock is scratched, the cylinder scored where something metal has been forced into the keyway, but the lock has held. The bolt is still seated. The door is still closed. "He tried," Mrs. Kavanagh says, running her finger along the scratches. "But he didn't know what he was doing. The lock held." She looks at Thomas. "You heard him?" Thomas nods. "Good," she says. "That's what locks are for. Not just to keep people out, but to make noise when someone tries. To give us time to wake up. To decide what to do." The next morning, Mrs. Kavanagh calls a locksmith who examines the scored cylinder, removes it, replaces it with a new one. "Good lock," he says. "Held up. Could have been worse." That evening, Thomas hears the man return. He hears the door open, hears a long pause, and then hears the door close. The locks engage, chain, deadbolt, knob, and then, after a moment, they disengage. The door opens again, and the man steps into the hallway. Thomas hears footsteps approach his door. A knock, soft but deliberate. Thomas rises, opens the door, and finds the man standing there, the grey coat buttoned to his throat, his hands empty at his sides. "Thank you," the man says. His voice is quiet, hoarse, as if he does not use it often. Thomas nods. The man turns to leave, then stops. "I know the locks won't stop everything," he says. "I know that, but they're something. They mean someone has to try. They mean it's not just open." He falls silent, and in that silence Thomas understands that they are not talking about locks anymore. Or perhaps they are talking about locks in a way that includes everything locks represent. Boundaries, control, the small power to say no. Spring comes slowly, the rain softening, the light lasting longer. Thomas continues his work at the bindery, continues his small routines. But something has changed. Some awareness that had not been there before. He notices doors now, not just in his building, but everywhere. He notices the way they are hung, the hardware they carry, the threshold conditions. He begins to see doors not as passive objects, but as active participants in the organization of life. They regulate flow and create privacy. They mark territory and suggest welcome or its absence. One afternoon in May, Mrs. Kavanagh knocks on his door. When he opens it, she looks at him with an expression he cannot read. "I'm getting old," she says. "I won't be able to do this forever. The building will need someone who understands. Not just the mechanics, but the why. Why doors matter. Why we maintain them." She pauses. "I could teach you, if you're willing to learn." Thomas does not hesitate. "Yes," he says. "I'd like that." Over the following months, Thomas becomes Mrs. Kavanagh's apprentice, though neither of them uses that word. Once a week, on his day off, he accompanies her on her rounds. She teaches him to recognize problems before they become failures. The sound of a loose strike plate, the feel of a hinge pin working its way up, the slight drag of a door that means the frame is settling. She shows him her workshop in the basement, a small room filled with spare parts organized on shelves. "A building like this needs a library of parts," she says. "Things aren't standard anymore. You have to keep it, maintain it, know where it is when the time comes." Thomas learns to cut keys by hand, filing metal to match a pattern, checking the fit, adjusting. It is slow work, precise work, and his first attempts are failures. Mrs. Kavanagh does not criticize. She shows him what went wrong, how minute differences in angle can mean the difference between a key that opens and a key that destroys. "Patience," she says. "That's what this work requires. You can't rush a key. You can't force a lock. You have to listen, feel, understand what the mechanism wants." Winter settles over the city, and Thomas, under Mrs. Kavanagh's guidance, installs weather stripping on doors that need it, adjusts hinges that have shifted, tightens strike plates that have loosened. The work is endless and repetitive, but he finds satisfaction in it. The same satisfaction he finds in binding books. The knowledge that his attention preserves something, that his care extends the life of systems that would otherwise fail. On Christmas Eve, Mrs. Kavanagh invites Thomas to her apartment, the first time he's been inside. The cat, ancient and grey, watches him from a chair. Mrs. Kavanagh makes tea, and they sit at a small table by the window. "I bought this building in 1965, she says. "After my husband died, I thought about selling. But the building needed me. Or maybe I needed it." She pauses. "The new locks, they weren't really about security. They were about succession, about making sure the building could continue without me. The old locks were like a language only I could speak. I had to standardize, make it so anyone could understand." In February, the man with 3 locks moves out. No announcement, no goodbye. Just an absence noticed one morning when his door stands open and the room beyond is empty. Mrs. Kavanagh stands in the doorway with Thomas, looking at the empty room. "He was scared," she says. "I don't know of what. Maybe everything. Just scared." She examines the extra locks he had installed. He felt safer with these, even though they were redundant. They made him feel safer, and that mattered. She leaves them in place when she re-rents the room. Spring returns, and Thomas performs his first independent repair. A tenant reports that her door won't latch. Thomas examines the problem alone. The latch is fine, the strike plate is fine. But the door frame has settled, and now they no longer align. He adjusts the hinges, raising the door slightly, bringing everything back into alignment. It takes an hour, but when he is done, the door closes smoothly and the latch catches with a clean, solid sound. He feels a satisfaction disproportionate to the simplicity of the task. In August, Mrs. Kavanagh falls outside the building, a stumble that results in a broken hip. Thomas visits her in the hospital, where she lies diminished among white sheets. "You'll need to take over the rounds," she says. "The building can't wait." She gives him her keyring, heavy with decades of accumulated keys. "Don't lose them," she says. For 3 months, Thomas becomes the building's custodian. He walks the hallways in the evenings after work, checking doors, listening for problems, responding to tenant requests. He discovers that maintaining a building is not just about fixing what breaks, but about watching what might break, about anticipating, about knowing the difference between a symptom and a cause. Elena helps him, bringing coffee when she sees him working, offering to hold tools. They talk more than they had before, conversations that drift into territories beyond doors and locks. Mrs. Kavanagh returns in November, walking with a cane, moving more slowly but determined. She inspects Thomas's work and finds it satisfactory. "You did well," she says, but she does not resume the rounds. "It's yours now," she tells Thomas. "I'm here if you need advice, but the building is yours to tend." Thomas feels the weight of this responsibility, but he accepts it. "I'll do my best," he says. The winter is harsh, and the building suffers. Pipes freeze. A window cracks. The heating system fails. Thomas works through these crises, calling plumbers and glaziers, coordinating repairs. He is tired, stretched thin, but he finds purpose in the work. In December, Mrs. Kavanagh tells him she's moving to her daughter's house upstate. "I'll keep the building, but I won't be here. You'll be here." Thomas struggles with this news, but he understands that change is inevitable. "When?" he asks. "Spring," she says, "when the weather turns." Eleanor knocks on his door one evening. "My daughter is moving back," she says, "here with me. But I need to know that the building will be stable, that someone will fix things when they break, that the doors will work." Thomas understands what she's really asking. "Mrs. Kavanagh is leaving," he says. "But I'm staying. The building will be maintained. The doors will work." Elena nods, relief visible. "Thank you," she says. Mrs. Kavanagh moves out on a Saturday in April. Thomas and several tenants help carry boxes to the moving van. She gives Thomas her master key, the one she wore around her neck. "You know what you're doing," she says. The van pulls away and Thomas stands on the sidewalk watching it disappear. Then he turns and enters the building, climbs the stairs, walks the hallway. At each door he pauses, listening, checking. Everything is quiet. Everything is sound. Days become weeks. Weeks become months. Thomas settles into his dual life, binding books by night, tending doors by day. Elena's daughter moves in, and the yellow door opens more frequently, music and laughter spilling into the hallway. Summer arrives with its own challenges, and Thomas manages them all, adjusting, maintaining, explaining. He discovers that the work is never finished, that a building is not a static thing but a living system that requires constant attention. But he also discovers that this is what he wants, that the endless maintenance is not burden, but purpose. One evening in July, working on a door that has begun to sag, Thomas realizes he has not thought about the old locks in months, that the building's history before the change has receded, becoming story rather than memory. The new locks are simply the locks now, no longer new but familiar, integrated into the building's identity. He wonders if this is how all change happens, sudden when it occurs but eventually absorbed, normalized, until the past seems distant and the present seems inevitable. Fall arrives, and Thomas realizes 4 years have passed since the new locks were installed, 3 since he became the building's keeper. The work has become routine but not boring, familiar but not tired. He has learned to read the building's moods, to hear in its creaks and groans the language of structure and stress, to respond with measured action. Eleanor and her daughter thank him one evening for keeping the building safe, for making it feel like home. Thomas, uncomfortable with gratitude, mumbles something about just doing his job. But later he thinks about their words, about the way care becomes visible, about the way attention to small things translates into trust, into home. Winter comes again, and Thomas has become efficient in his winterizing routine. He knows which doors will stick, which pipes will freeze. He addresses problems before they develop, maintaining ahead of failure. The building under his care remains sound. On New Year's Eve, Thomas stands in the vestibule at midnight, listening to the city celebrate. He looks at the front door, at the lock installed 4 years ago, at the wear patterns beginning to show on the brass faceplate. He thinks about time, about the way wear is not decay but evidence of use, of function, of purpose fulfilled. He climbs to his room, unlocks his door, enters. The lock turns smoothly, the bolt seats firmly. Everything is as he left it. He sits at his table, looks out his window at the airshaft, at the small slice of sky visible above. Rain begins to fall, soft and persistent. He listens to it on the windows, on the roof, in the gutters. Outside, the city continues. Inside, behind closed doors, people sleep, dream, live their small private lives. And between outside and inside, threshold upon threshold, stand the doors, opening when they should, closing when they must, kept sound by attention and care, and the understanding that nothing lasts forever, but that with patience, with maintenance, with gentle upkeep, the moment of final failure can be delayed, sometimes indefinitely. The rain continues, the door holds, the building breathes, and Thomas, keeper of thresholds, guardian of locks, tender of hinges and strikes and all the small mechanisms that make shared living possible, sits in his room and listens to the rain and knows that this is enough, that caring for doors is caring for the people behind them, and that in a world of constant change, a door that works is a small, constant kindness, a promise kept, a threshold honoured. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The mirror doesn't lie, though Ilara has learned to ignore what it shows. At 37, she sees the fine lines mapping outward from her eyes, the silver threading through dark hair she hasn't bothered to dye, the slight downward pull at the corners of her mouth that wasn't there 5 years ago. She sees a woman who once painted, who once filled canvases with colour and form, who once believed her hands could translate the world into something worth keeping. That woman is a ghost now, transparent and silent, standing behind the one who manages spreadsheets and attends budget meetings and answers emails with efficient phrases that mean nothing. The apartment reflects this quiet erasure. Clean lines, neutral walls, furniture chosen for function rather than joy. No paintings hang here, no sketches pin themselves to corkboards, no tubes of paint leak their brilliant guts onto newspapers spread across the floor. The studio she rented in her 20s became too expensive when commissions dried up, when galleries stopped returning calls, when the art world's attention drifted toward younger voices. She told herself it was practical to let it go. She told herself she was being responsible, mature, realistic. Her job at the marketing firm pays well. Benefits, retirement matching, the small dignities of professional stability. She writes copy for campaigns selling things people don't need, arranges focus groups to test messages designed to bypass rational thought, crafts narratives that position products as solutions to problems the company invented. Her colleagues sometimes say she has a gift for finding the right angle, the emotional hook. What they don't know is that these skills are ghosts too, pale shadows of the instinct that once guided her brush. It's a Thursday evening in October when the letter arrives. Not email, not text. An actual envelope, cream-coloured and heavy, addressed in handwriting she doesn't recognise. Inside, a card embossed with an address she knows immediately. The Ashford Estate, a sprawling property 2 hours north converted into an artist's residency decades ago. She'd applied there once, in her early 30s. The rejection had been polite, impersonal, but this isn't a rejection. The card explains that she has been selected for a month-long residency beginning in 2 weeks. Room, board and studio space provided. No expectation of specific output. The residency exists simply to offer time and space for artistic work. At the bottom, a handwritten note. We've been following your early work. We think you have unfinished business. Come. Ilara reads it 3 times, looking for the mistake, the catch, the fine print. She hasn't painted in over 2 years. Her portfolio website still shows work from half a decade ago. She barely thinks of herself as an artist anymore. The practical voice lists the obstacles immediately. 2 weeks isn't enough notice. The Q4 campaign launches next month. It's irresponsible. It's impractical. But something else stirs beneath the practical voice. something older and more persistent. The card sits on her kitchen counter for 3 days. She walks past it, circles it, picks it up and sets it down. On Sunday evening, she calls the number printed at the bottom. A woman answers, older voice, warm but unbothered, and confirms the details. When Ilara asks who nominated her, the woman pauses, then says gently that the estate's policy protects nominator privacy. "But I can tell you this," she adds. "Whoever it was cared enough to write 10 pages about your work, about what they saw in it, about what they believed you still had to say. 10 pages. For work, Ilara has half convinced herself wasn't very good, wasn't really her, wasn't worth the years she poured into it. She takes the residency, tells her boss she needs a leave of absence for family reasons. Not quite a lie. She is family to herself, even if she's been a neglectful one. They grant her 4 weeks, unpaid. Her friends react with surprise and something that might be envy. "That's so brave," one says, and Ilara wants to correct her. It's not bravery, it's something closer to desperation, a last attempt to find out if the person she used to be is still alive somewhere. The drive north takes her through changing landscape. Urban sprawl giving way to small towns, then rolling country marked by stone walls and forests burning with autumn colour. She hasn't been this far from the city in months. Her world has contracted to a 5-mile radius. The expansion feels almost painful, like eyes adjusting to sudden light. The Ashford estate reveals itself slowly. A long driveway lined with maples, their leaves brilliant against a sky going grey with evening. The main house is Georgian, brick and symmetry. A woman named Margaret meets her, paint under her fingernails, the kind that settles into creases and won't fully wash away. She's been the estate's director for 20 years. Ilara recognises her immediately as someone who understands. There are 7 other residents, a sculptor, a poet, a photographer, a composer, 2 painters, a fibre artist. All working, Margaret says, all taking the time seriously. Meals are communal but optional. Studios are private. The estate asks only that residents respect each other's process and the space itself. Ilara's room is simple, a bed, a desk, a window overlooking gardens going dormant for winter. The studio is separate, a 10-minute walk. Margaret hands her a key, actual metal, worn smooth by previous hands, and tells her to take the evening to settle. Dinner is at 7 if she wants it. The studio will be there tomorrow, or tonight if she can't wait, or next week if she needs time. No pressure, no expectations. After Margaret leaves, Ilara sits on the bed and feels the silence settle around her like snow. No traffic sounds, no city hum, just wind in trees, a bird calling somewhere distant, the old house creaking. She hasn't been in silence like this in years. It's uncomfortable at first, too much space for thoughts she's learned to drown in noise, but gradually something eases. Her breathing slows, the tightness in her jaw loosens. That evening she walks to her studio alone. The key turns stiffly in the lock, and the door opens on darkness that smells of linseed oil, mineral spirits, old wood. She finds the light switch. It's larger than she expected. North-facing windows, a work table, shelves holding brushes, palettes, jars of medium, an easel by the window, stacks of stretched canvas, drawers full of paint organised by colour, everything she might need, nothing she must use. Ilara stands in the centre and feels something she hasn't felt in so long she barely recognises it. Possibility. Not the closed, predetermined possibility of her work life, but open possibility. The kind that terrifies because it means she could fail, could make something terrible, could discover that the person who painted those early works is truly gone. She doesn't paint that night, just stands in the studio, touching surfaces, opening drawers and closing them, learning the space. Out the window, darkness has settled completely. Stars reveal themselves by thousands. She used to paint skies, used to mix dozens of blues and greys, trying to capture the exact quality of light at specific moments. When did she stop looking up? The first week passes in careful circling. Ilara walks with the sculptor some mornings, learning the trail's rhythms. She attends the poet's reading and hears work that aches with displacement and longing. She goes to her studio daily, sits by the window, looks at blank canvases. Sometimes she sketches, tentative lines mapping the view, the shape of her own hand. The drawings are rusty, uncertain. the kind of work she would have been embarrassed to show anyone. But there's no one to show, just the private conversation between hand and paper. She doesn't know what she's looking for. The work she used to make feels distant now, made by someone else. But she doesn't know what else to make, doesn't know if she has anything left to say. On the 9th day, she finds herself thinking about paper, not as surface but as material, as substance. The previous night, unable to sleep, she'd gone to the library and found books on papermaking, on artists who work in paper as sculpture, as installation. She reads about plant fibres beaten to pulp, about water and screen and the moment when separate strands become sheet, about how paper remembers the conditions of its making. There's something in this, in the idea of transformation, of materials remembering, that catches at her. She thinks about her own transformation from artist to corporate employee, about what gets lost in that translation, what residue remains, whether you can ever really become someone entirely new or if the original material persists underneath. In her studio, she begins experimenting. Tears paper, layers it, soaks it and reforms it, mixes in. Other materials, thread, cloth, dried leaves. The work is messy, unsure of itself, neither sculpture nor painting, but something in between. The sculptor mentions that the estate has a paper-making setup in one of the outbuildings. Would she like to see it? She would. She begins making paper, learns the rhythm of beating, pouring, lifting the screen, pressing, drying. Each sheet emerges slightly different, bearing the marks of her learning. She makes sheets embedded with threads, with pressed flowers, with fragments of text. She makes translucent papers that hold light and dense papers that block it. Each one a small experiment, a question asked of material and water and time. But they're just papers, sheets drying on racks, beautiful perhaps, but incomplete. She doesn't know what they're for. The old panic starts to creep in. She's wasting time, making pretty things that mean nothing, avoiding the real question of whether she can still paint. The poet finds her one afternoon staring at racks of finished sheets, paralysed. Keisha doesn't ask what's wrong. Instead, she picks up one of the sheets, holds it to the window light. "These are grief," she says finally, not asking, just naming what she sees. These are about loss and what remains after loss. The fibres are fragments trying to become whole again. You're literally making something from what was broken. Elara opens her mouth to deny it, but the words stop because Keisha is right. Every sheet is an act of reconstitution, taking rags, worn cloth, used and discarded, and beating them back to fibre, then coaxing them back into coherence. She's been making paper as metaphor without realising it, working through something too painful to address directly. That night she finally returns to canvas, but she doesn't paint on it. Instead, she begins building surfaces, adhering layers of her handmade paper to canvas, creating topographies of fibre, letting some papers show through others, tearing and layering and building depth. The work is slow, meditative. She works in silence, or with only the sound of the rain on the studio roof. The pieces that emerge are unlike anything she's made before. Not paintings, not sculptures, but something between. Surfaces that invite touch, but reveal their full complexity only in shifting light. Abstractions that suggest landscape, specifically erosion, accumulation, the way surfaces change over time, the way history layers itself. Word spreads quietly that she's working, really working. Residents begin to visit, not to critique, but simply to witness. They see connections to their own practices, to questions about transformation and material and time. Elara realizes she's found a community, the thing she lost when she left art behind. People who understand what it means to spend hours on something no one asked for, to pursue questions that may not have answers. The month is 2/3 gone when she receives an email from her boss, not checking in but forwarding a job posting. Director of Creative Strategy, significant raise, real influence. It's the kind of opportunity she would have celebrated a year ago. But reading it now, surrounded by drying papers and half-finished pieces, she feels only nausea, the sense of a trap closing. She doesn't respond immediately, keeps working. The work is becoming more confident, more intentional. She's learning to trust that the work knows what it wants to become, that her job is to attend and respond rather than impose. Margaret asks if she'd be willing to show the work publicly. just an open studio during the estate's monthly community event. No pressure to sell, no requirement to explain. Ilara's first instinct is refusal. The work is too new, too uncertain, too personal. But she remembers something her first painting teacher said. Art isn't real until someone else sees it. Until then, it's just therapy. She agrees to show the work. The community event brings perhaps 50 people. Some move through quickly, others linger, asking questions. One visitor stays longer, a woman perhaps 70, elegant. She studies each piece carefully. Finally, she turns to Ilara and says, "You're the one who did those landscape not landscapes. 5-6 years ago. I have 2 of them, bought them from a gallery that closed." The woman continues, "I wondered what happened to you. These new pieces, they're different, but I see the same eye. You've gone deeper, maybe, more vulnerable. I'm glad you kept going, or started again, whichever this is." After she leaves, Ilara sits in the studio for a long time, crying without quite knowing why. Relief, maybe, or grief for the years she walked away, or gratitude that someone remembered, that work she'd dismissed as failures mattered enough to someone to purchase, to live with, to remember years later. The final week arrives too quickly. She works with increasing intensity, trying to reach some kind of resolution. But she's learning that resolution isn't the right word. The work doesn't resolve so much as pause, knowing it could continue infinitely. Margaret provides contacts for local studios, spaces she could rent. The conversation is practical but freighted with the larger question neither says aloud. Will Ilara keep making work, or will she fold this month away like a pleasant vacation before returning to the sensible life she's built? The job offer still sits in her email, unanswered. The reasonable move is obvious. Accept the promotion, keep the stable job, make art a hobby. But something has broken in Ilara during this month, or maybe something has healed. She can't imagine returning to the life she left. Can't imagine days of focus groups and campaign strategy. Can't imagine the slow accumulation of years toward a retirement she'll be too tired to enjoy. She makes her decision alone in the studio late at night. She'll quit the job, not immediately, she'll give proper notice, leave professionally, but she won't take the directorship. She'll downsize, find part-time work that pays enough but doesn't consume her. She'll apply for grants, residencies. She'll make the work because making it is the only thing that's felt necessary in years. It's terrifying. She has no illusions about the difficulties, the financial precarity, the art world's indifference to women her age, the likelihood of working in obscurity. But the alternative, returning to safety, to the slow death of unused capacity, is more terrifying still. The night before she leaves, the residents gather. They talk about plans, about what the time here has given them. The photographer says it's permission to fail. The poet calls it sanctuary. The sculptor says it's validation. Ilara says it's resurrection, and everyone understands without her needing to explain. She was dead, artistically speaking, and this month has been a slow return to life, painful and uncertain, but undeniably real. Margaret gives her a gift, a small handmade book, blank pages of paper Ilara made during her first weeks, bound simply. "For when you need to remember," Margaret says, "for when it gets hard and the safe path starts looking sensible again, you made these pages, you made the work, you made the choice, don't forget." The drive back reverses the journey she made a month ago, landscape contracting from open country to urban sprawl. But Ilara feels opposite movement, not constriction but expansion, not return but arrival. She's bringing the month with her, carrying it not as memory but as intention, as commitment. Her apartment feels smaller, the refuge of someone who was hiding rather than living. She spends the weekend rearranging, clearing out what she doesn't need, making space for what's coming. She sets up a corner as makeshift studio. Monday morning she writes 2 emails, the first to her supervisor, declining the directorship and giving 6 weeks' notice. The second to 3 galleries, introducing herself, describing the new work, asking if they'd be interested in a studio visit. She sends them before she can overthink, before the practical voice can list all the reasons this is foolish. Then she begins to work, sets up the paper-making process in her cramped bathroom. Her neighbours will probably complain. Let them complain. She has work to do. The weeks that follow are difficult in ways she'd forgotten. The loneliness of the studio, the hours that produce nothing good, The financial anxiety, the silence from galleries. She has moments of panic, moments of certainty that she's made a terrible mistake. But she keeps working. The work slowly improves, becomes more confident, more itself. 3 months after leaving the estate, she gets a response from a gallery. Not one of the established places she contacted, but a smaller space, younger, focused on emerging and re-emerging artists. The director wants to visit the studio. Can she manage next Thursday? When the director arrives, Ilara feels the old nervousness. But something is different now. She knows the work is good. Not perfect, not ready for museums, but good. Honest and necessary and made with attention. If this director doesn't see it, someone else will. And if no one sees it, she'll keep making it anyway. The director looks at everything, asks questions, takes notes. Finally, I want to give you a show, 6 months from now, so you have time to build more work. Does that work for you? It works. After the director leaves, Ilara sits on the floor of her makeshift studio and feels something she hasn't felt in years. Not happiness exactly, but rightness, the sense that her life and herself are finally moving in the same direction. She calls Margaret that evening. Margaret isn't surprised. I knew when I saw you working, knew you'd found your way back, or found a new way, whichever this is. The 6 months pass in a blur of work. Ilara finds part-time employment, grant writing for non-profits, enough to pay rent but leaving her afternoons free. She makes new pieces, refines techniques. The work is about transformation, about what persists through change, about how breakage can lead to new forms. The opening arrives on a cold March evening. Ilara watches strangers move through the space, pausing before her pieces, leaning close to examine the layered papers. The woman from the estate appears, brings her husband, wants to show him the new work. They stand before the largest painting, and the woman tells Ilara she wants to buy it. Ilara sells 3 pieces that night. Not enough to live on, but enough to prove that people want this work, that it moves beyond personal therapy into communication. After the crowd thins, the gallery director tells her the show has been well received. She should start thinking about what's next. Another show in a year, maybe, or a larger residency. Ilara walks home through the city, the weight of the evening settling into something quieter than elation, deeper than relief. She thinks about the mirror she looked into months ago, the woman who'd given up, who'd chosen safety. That woman isn't entirely gone. Ilara still pays bills, still makes compromises, but she's no longer defined by surrender. In the weeks after the show, life finds a rhythm. Morning hours at the grant writing job, afternoons in the studio. Just the daily choice to show up, to the materials, to the questions that drive the work. Other opportunities follow, small ones. A group show, a teaching invitation. Each yes leads to others, building slowly the infrastructure of a creative life. She applies to residencies, preparing for rejections. But 6 months after her show, she gets accepted to a summer program in Vermont. 2 months in a converted farmhouse. This time she arrives not as someone returning from the dead, but as someone already alive, already working, coming to deepen rather than resurrect. During this residency, her work shifts again. She begins incorporating text, fragments of letters, old documents, into the paper layers. The words are often illegible, buried or torn so only partial phrases remain. She's making a kind of archaeology, each piece a site where different moments layer over and interrupt each other, where history is visible as stratification. When the residency ends, she returns to the city changed again. She finds a proper workspace in an industrial building being converted to artist studios, cheap because it's still rough, but it has north light and high ceilings. She signs a lease knowing it will stretch her finances, knowing she'll need more clients, but knowing too that the work needs room to grow. Other artists in the building become neighbours, then friends. They share materials, warn each other about predatory galleries, celebrate small successes. It's the kind of community Ilara lost when she left art the first time. A year passes, then another. The work develops, deepens. She shows regularly now, not at prestigious galleries, but at mid-level spaces that support working artists. She sells enough to cover materials and occasionally contribute to rent. She teaches workshops. She applies for grants and occasionally wins them. She's not famous. Won't be, probably. But she's working. Making what she needs to make. living a life oriented around that making, and that, she's learned, is enough. 3 years after the first Ashford residency, she gets an email from Margaret. The estate is putting together a show of work by former residents. Would Alara be interested in participating? They'd like 2 pieces. The show will tour to several venues over the next year. Alara writes back immediately, yes. Then she sits at her work table, looking out at the industrial skyline, at the way afternoon light turns brick buildings golden. She thinks about the woman who drove to Ashford 3 years ago, desperate and uncertain. She wishes she could tell that woman what she knows now, that it's never too late, that the work finds you when you're ready for it, that resurrection is possible if you're willing to do the difficult, patient work of returning to yourself. She returns to her current piece, a large panel, layers of handmade paper in greys and blues, an unexpected red, embedded text, forms that suggest horizons or the places where things meet and merge. She's been working on it for weeks, or work on it for weeks more. This patience, this willingness to work slowly, is what corporate life could never teach her, is what she had to relearn by going away and coming back. Outside, the city darkens toward evening. Alara used to measure time in weekends and vacations, in the hours between leaving work and returning to it. Now she measures differently, in pieces completed, techniques mastered, questions pursued deeper, in the slow accumulation of work that will outlast her. She works until full dark, then cleans her brushes, covers wet pieces, sweeps the floor. The studio settles into silence, waiting for tomorrow. Alara locks the door, rides. Home through the city she sees differently now, as though the artist's eye she recovered has changed everything. At home, she writes in her journal about the day's work. The entry ends with a question. What does it mean to be a survivor? Not of trauma, but of the ordinary annihilations we survive by becoming someone else, someone smaller. And what does it mean to refuse that survival, to unbecome the acceptable person, and risk being impossible again? She doesn't have answers, but she has the question, and she has materials that let her ask it in forms that go beyond language. And she has tomorrow, another day to work, another chance to fail or succeed or both. Before sleep, she thinks of the Ashford studio, wonders who's working there now, what resurrections are underway. The estate exists for this, to hold space for the impossible project of taking art seriously. It's a rare gift. Not everyone gets it. Not everyone who gets it uses it. But for those who do, the effect radiates outward in ways no one can measure. In the morning she'll return to the studio. The piece will be waiting, patient as paper always is, ready for the next layer, the next decision. She'll begin again, the daily practice of making, the quiet work that requires everything and promises nothing except the work itself. This is the life she chose. Not the easy one, not the safe one, but the true one. The one that feels like her skin fits properly, like her days belong to her, like she's spending her hours on something that matters more than salary or security. The alarm sounds. Dawnlight fills the bedroom. Alara rises, gathers her things. The subway ride to the studio is familiar now, a transition between home and work. The studio building is quiet. She climbs the stairs and unlocks her space. Cold air, the smell of her materials, morning light through north windows, everything waiting, everything possible. It matters. Not because anyone says so, not because the culture validates it. It matters because the alternative is a slow death, a life of maintained surfaces with nothing underneath. She lived that life. She knows exactly what it costs, and she knows she can't afford that price. She turns from the window, approaches the current piece, studies what yesterday created, sees problems, but sees possibility too. She picks up a brush, mixes medium, begins. The work rises to meet her. The conversation continues. Another layer settles over previous layers. Another day begins in the only life she wants to live, the one she died to leave and was resurrected to reclaim, the one that asks everything and gives the only thing worth having, herself, returned. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The first door opened not with hands, but with weight and balance. A measured distribution of body pressed against bronze that had learned to swing. Long before keys rattled in pockets or codes blinked on screens, there were barriers that needed crossing, and humanity, restless and inventive, began to engineer the threshold. A door is permission made solid. It says yes and no in the same breath. Come in, but only if. Stay out, unless. The history of the door is the history of civilization choosing what belongs inside and what must wait beyond. Stone slabs rolled across cave mouths, woven mats hung in doorways, planks pivoted on pins. Each culture solved the same problem: how to mark the line between here and there, how to make that line movable. Wood became the material of choice not for its strength alone, but for its forgiveness. A tree, dead and shaped, remembers the grain. It swells in rain and shrinks in summer. It can be carved, planned, joined with pegs or dowels. Ancient Egypt hung doors on bronze gudgeons. Rome refined the hinge. Medieval Europe made iron straps that bore weight and weather. Every door is a negotiation between permanence and passage. The Romans called their god of doorways Janus, two-faced, looking in and out at once. No accident. A door demands dual awareness. Inside is warmth, privacy, stored grain, sleeping children. Outside is weather, strangers, the marketplace, danger that might knock. The door stands between, neutral arbiter, opening only when terms are met. In time, doors became statements. The rich carved theirs with symbols: lions, sheaves, family crests. Churches hung bronze panels showing Genesis or judgment. A door announced who lived beyond it and what they valued. Poor doors stayed plain, but even plainness carried meaning. This is a place of work, not show. Step carefully. Locks arrived when trust was not enough. The Egyptians made wooden pin tumblers that lifted only for the correct key. Romans improved the mechanism, adding wards, obstructions inside the lock that only a matching key could navigate. Medieval Europe built iron masterpieces, some as large as a hand, grooves and teeth that formed a kind of metal language. The right key spoke it fluently, the wrong one stammered against unmoving pins. A lock is a puzzle worn on the door's body. It invites one shape and refuses all others. The key becomes a token of belonging. To hold the key is to claim the threshold, to move through space that others cannot enter without permission or force. Families passed keys like heirlooms. Jailers wore them on belts, clanking proof of authority. Keys opened strongboxes, city gates, chapel doors. A lost key was a crisis, a stolen one, a betrayal. But keys, for all their elegance, are vulnerable. They can be copied, stolen, lost in the river or the dark. The next leap came from within the mechanism itself. Combinations. Instead of a single shape that must match, a lock could demand a sequence. 3 numbers, 4, 6. The lock remembered the sequence. The user needed only to know it, carry it in memory rather than pocket. Combination locks freed hands and minds. No iron to lose, no jangling announcement of passage. Banks built vaults with time locks that would not open even for the correct combination until hours had passed. Defense against coercion, against the gun pressed to the banker's spine at midnight. Safes became common in homes where documents or jewellery warranted protection. The dial's click as it aligned internal wheels was a private sound, almost meditative. Still, doors remained dumb gatekeepers. They knew shapes and sequences, but nothing of identity. A correct key or combination was proof enough. If a thief obtained either, the door welcomed them as warmly as its owner. The next revolution would teach doors to recognize, to ask not what you carry, but who you are. The 20th century brought electricity to the threshold. Magnetic stripe cards encoded data. Readers checked it against a database. Hotel doors clicked open for guests, stayed locked for strangers. The card could be programmed, reprogrammed, deactivated when the guest checked out. Access became fluid, conditional, remotely controlled. A door in New York could be unlocked by a command sent from Tokyo. Distance collapsed. But cards, like keys, could be shared, stolen, cloned. The body itself became the key. Fingerprints scanned and stored offered access that could not be transferred. Iris patterns, unique as snowflakes, were captured by cameras that looked into the eye's geometry. Voices were analysed for timbre and cadence. Faces were mapped in 3 dimensions, every contour and shadow recorded. The door became a judge that studied the applicant, compared them to a stored ideal, and decided in milliseconds. Biometric locks promised certainty. You cannot leave your fingerprint at home or lend it to a friend, but they also promised surveillance. Every entry became data. Who opened the door at 3 a.m? How long did they linger in the archive? The door, once a passive barrier, became an informant, logging movement and building dossiers. Privacy and security stood on opposite sides of the threshold, staring at each other through the gap. Smart doors learned new tricks. They recognized faces at a distance, unlocked before the resident reached for a handle. They listened for voice commands, for the phrase that meant friend. They tracked smartphones, sensing the trusted device's radio whisper and unlatching in anticipation. Some doors synced with calendars, granting access to contractors at scheduled hours and revoking it when the appointment passed. The door evolved into a system, networked and tireless, yet the simplest doors persist. Wooden planks hung on hinges secured by a bolt you can slide with your thumb. No power supply, no database, no firmware to update. In storms and blackouts, when smart systems go dark, a mechanical lock still works. The key still turns. The door still swings. There is elegance in simplicity, in a tool that requires no instructions and fails only when physically broken. Doors guard more than houses. Vaults, data centers, nuclear silos, museum galleries. Every threshold implies value beyond. Some doors are designed to survive fire, flood, explosion. Bank vault doors weigh tons, fitted with bolts that plunge deep into steel-lined frames. Blast doors seal in seconds when sensors detect overpressure. Emergency exits open only outward, panic bars ensuring escape even in chaos. The door adapts to its burden. The greater the stakes, the heavier the gate. Security has always been a race between makers and breakers. Locksmiths publish improvements. Thieves study weaknesses. Pick-resistant pins, anti-drill plates, reinforced strike plates, hardened shackles. Each innovation is tested by those who seek entry without permission. Some locks are picked in seconds by experts with tension wrenches and rakes. Others resist for hours. The best locks do not boast of invulnerability but quietly raise the cost of entry until the thief moves on to easier prey. Physical security blends with digital now. Smart locks upload attempted breach logs to the cloud. Cameras mounted above doors stream live to phones. Motion sensors wake when shadows cross the porch. Doorbells have become sentries, recording packages and strangers, alerting owners thousands of miles away. The threshold extends outward. Defense begins at the curb, the sidewalk, the property line. A door is no longer a single point but a zone, layered and monitored. In apartments and offices, access control systems manage hundreds of doors, granting permissions by role, by time, by clearance level. An employee's badge opens the lobby, the elevator, the 4th floor, their office, but not the executive suite or the server room. Each door is a filter sorting people by rank and need. Security officers watch dashboards showing every entry and exit in real time, a digital map of movement through space. The language of doors has grown technical. Fail-safe versus fail-secure. Should a door unlock or stay locked when power fails? Fire code demands fail-safe in some contexts. Occupants must escape. Security demands fail-secure in others. Intruders must not enter. Engineers balance competing fears, life safety against asset protection, choosing which risk to prioritize. Doors also carry social meaning. A closed door signals privacy, concentration, a meeting in progress. An open door invites conversation, signals availability. Some offices enforce open door policies, asking managers to remain accessible. Others respect the closed door as a boundary not to be crossed without knocking. The door's position is a flag, readable by those who pass. Revolving doors solve a different problem. They let people through while keeping weather out. No blast of winter cold when the door opens. The revolving chamber is a buffer, an airlock between climates. Airports, hotels, hospitals favour them for energy efficiency. Push the glass wing and step into the rotating space, a brief solitude before emergence. Children love them, the impatient curse them. They are doors that never fully close, perpetually open and perpetually sealed. Automatic sliding doors appeared in the mid-20th century, a luxury that became mundane. Sensors detect approach, pressure mats, motion detectors, infrared beams. The door parts, weights, closes behind you. Grocery stores, offices, hospitals rely on them for accessibility, allowing those with canes or carts or wheelchairs to pass unhindered. The door that opens itself is a small kindness, a mechanical welcome. But automation brings dependence. When sensors fail, people stand confused, waving arms to trigger the dormant mechanism. When power fails, automatic doors lock shut unless manually disengaged. The convenience carries fragility. A mechanical door you push open with your shoulder never needs rebooting. Some doors are built to delay rather than stop. Security doors in government buildings are layered. Pass one, wait in a vestibule, pass another. Metal detectors scan for weapons, X-ray machines inspect bags. The threshold becomes a process, a series of checkpoints. Entry is earned, not assumed. These doors ask for patience, for submission to scrutiny. High-security doors employ tricks beyond strength. Jambs are flanged so the door cannot be pried from the outside. Hinges are hidden or fitted with studs that interlock when closed, preventing removal even if the pins are defeated. Strike plates anchor deep into studs, not just trim. The door becomes a system integrated into the wall, the frame, the floor. Attack one component and others compensate. Prisons and psychiatric hospitals face a paradox. Doors must contain without appearing overtly harsh. Ligature-resistant hardware prevents hanging. Observation windows allow monitoring. Locks operate remotely so staff need not approach the cell. Yet the door must also signal care, not just custody. Design softens the barrier, choosing materials and colours that reduce institutional coldness. The door as both cage and threshold to treatment. Soundproof doors use mass, air gaps, and resilient seals to block noise. Recording studios demand silence. Courtrooms and conference rooms seek confidentiality. The door's edge is fitted with gaskets that compress when closed, sealing the gap. 2 layers of heavy material with dead air between them absorb vibration. The door becomes a wall that moves, a temporary extension of the building structure. Fireproof doors are rated by time, how long they resist flame. 20 minutes, 90 minutes, 3 hours. Materials matter. Steel, gypsum core, intumescent seals that expand when heated to close gaps. Fire doors are heavy, self-closing, designed to compartmentalize a building so occupants on upper floors can escape while lower floors burn. They are tested in furnaces, subjected to temperatures that peel paint and warp steel measured by failure time. Bulletproof doors, awkwardly named, nothing is proof, only resistant, are laminated with polyethylene or Kevlar layers that catch and spread the impact of projectiles. Steel plates add mass, air gaps cushion shock. The door becomes armour rated by caliber, handgun, rifle, armour-piercing. Schools, courthouses, embassies install them quietly, protection embedded in architecture. Hidden doors fascinate because they deny their own existence. Bookcases pivot on central pins, revealing stairs or strong rooms. Wall panels slide aside when the correct book is tilted. Secret doors rely on camouflage, blending seam and hinge into surrounding material. They appear in old estates and spy films, symbols of mystery, of secrets worth concealing. The thrill lies in discovery. The door was there all along, waiting to be found. Doors mark transitions beyond the physical. Coming of age, leaving home, entering marriage. Each life passage is a threshold crossed. We speak of opening doors to opportunity, closing doors on the past. The metaphor is ancient and unexhausted because the experience is universal. Standing before a barrier, deciding whether to push through or turn back. In sacred spaces, doors carry ritual weight. Temple gates open on holy days and close at dusk. Church doors are often red, symbolizing Christ's blood or the Holy Spirit. Thresholds are anointed, blessed, warded against evil. To cross into the sanctuary is to leave the profane and enter the consecrated. The door is not mere wood and hinge, but a boundary between worlds, guarded by tradition. Some doors are designed to intimidate. Castle gates bristle with iron studs, flanked by towers. Bank vaults present massive circular doors, polished steel gleaming like moons. Corporate lobbies feature glass doors twice human height, handles oversized, every element scaled to impress. The door announces power, stability, exclusivity. You're permitted entry, but remember who controls the threshold. Other doors are designed to disappear. Glass doors in modern buildings create visual continuity, blurring inside and outside. The barrier is nearly invisible until you press against it and feel resistance. Frameless glass hinges rotate seamlessly. The door becomes a whisper, present but unobtrusive. Architecture speaks through such choices. We are open, transparent, inviting. The message may or may not be true, but the door delivers it. Childproofing and accessibility push doors in opposite directions. Lever handles are easier for arthritic hands than knobs. They're also easier for toddlers. Doors that close automatically keep children from wandering, but trap those who move slowly. Engineers chase balance, safety without exclusion, security without trapping the vulnerable. The door that serves everyone perfectly does not yet exist. Every design optimizes for some users at the expense of others. Material choice defines the door's character. Solid oak doors are heavy, stable, luxurious. Hollow core doors are light, cheap, quick to install. Steel doors resist forced entry but conduct heat and cold. Fiberglass doors mimic wood without warping. Aluminum frames corrode near saltwater. Stainless steel resists but costs. Each material trades strength, weight, maintenance, and price. The threshold itself, the strip beneath the door, has its own engineering. It must shed water, stop drafts, provide a smooth transition for wheelchairs and carts. Some thresholds are aluminum with rubber seals. Others are oak or marble, chosen for appearance. The threshold is the door's foundation, the point where moving meets still. Weather stripping is unglamorous but essential. Foam, rubber, or felt strips compress when the door closes, blocking air leaks. Without them, doors whistle in the wind and bleed heat. Builders replace weather stripping every few years, a maintenance chore that saves energy and comfort. The door's seal is as important as its lock. Closer mechanisms, the hydraulic arms that slow a door's swing, prevent slamming and injury. Adjustable screws control closing speed and latching force. A well-tuned closer shuts the door firmly but gently, not banging and not lingering open. It is invisible work. When closers function properly, no one notices. Failure is loud. Panic hardware, the push bars on emergency exits solve a deadly problem. In fires or crushes, people shove toward exits. A door that requires pulling or turning a knob becomes a death trap. Panic bars open with body weight. No fine motor skill needed. They are mandatory in public buildings, a regulation written in the ashes of past tragedies. Doors age, wood dries and splits, hinges rust, locks stiffen. Paint peels, revealing layers of previous colours, white over green over blue over red, a stratigraphic record of taste. Handles polish smooth where hands grip daily. Thresholds wear hollow in the centre where feet pass most. A door's condition is a diary of use and neglect. Restoration of historic doors is delicate work. Craftsmen match old-growth timber, hand-forge replica hardware, strip layers of paint to find original finishes. Some doors are centuries old, oak planks held by iron nails hammered when the nation was young. To preserve them is to honour the hands that built them and the thresholds they guarded. Doors appear in myth and fairy tale as portals to other realms. Red Riding Hood knocks on grandmother's door. Bluebeard forbids his wife one door in the castle. Alice finds a tiny door to Wonderland. The locked door is narrative potential. What lies beyond? The door that opens unexpectedly invites adventure or disaster. We remember these stories because the door is familiar. We have all stood before one deciding. Modern security struggles with attention. Access must be easy for the authorized, hard for everyone else. Biometric systems fail in edge cases. Dirty fingers, poor lighting, changed appearance. Backup methods are needed. But backups introduce vulnerability. The perfect door lock balances convenience, security, and resilience. But perfection remains asymptotic. Cyber attacks now target doors. Smart locks, if poorly designed, can be hacked remotely. An attacker intercepts the wireless signal between phone and lock, replaying it to gain entry. Manufacturers patch vulnerabilities, but internet-connected doors inherit the same risks as any networked device. The door joins the constellation of devices that must be secured, updated, monitored. Privacy debates circle smart doors. Should landlords have access logs showing when tenants come and go? Should employers track which employees enter which rooms? The data exists. Questions of who may see it remain unsettled. The door, once a neutral barrier, becomes a witness, and witnesses can be called to testify. In fiction, doors malfunction to create suspense. The vault door jams as water rises, the airlock fails in the void, the car door won't open as the train approaches. We fear being trapped or exposed when doors do not perform. The door's reliability is assumed until it is not, and then vulnerability is absolute. Some buildings have more doors than walls. Hospitals, with their infection control protocols, use doors to isolate airborne diseases. Positive pressure rooms keep contaminants out. Negative pressure rooms keep them in. Airlocks and vestibules stage entry and exit. The door is a medical device, part of the treatment infrastructure. Refrigerated spaces demand insulated doors with heavy seals, and sometimes heated frames to prevent ice buildup. The door must withstand temperature differentials of 100 degrees while opening hundreds of times a day. Industrial design at its most pragmatic. Keep cold in, warm out, resist condensation, survive impacts from forklifts. Aircraft doors are terrifying marvels. They open inward first, then swing out, or they slide along tracks, or they hinge and seal with complex latches. At altitude, cabin pressure holds them shut with tons of force. Emergency exits are designed for rapid egress. Pull a handle, deploy a slide, evacuate in seconds. The door must be strong enough to contain pressurized flight and yielding enough to save lives. Submarine hatches seal against the ocean, gaskets compressed by wheel-driven dogs. A single failed seal means flood and death. Hatches are tested obsessively, maintained fanatically. The hatch is a bet against the sea, and the sea is patient. Spacecraft doors face vacuum, radiation, micrometeorite impacts. Airlocks cycle crew between pressurized capsules and the void. Every seal is redundant. Every mechanism is tested thousands of times. The door is the thinnest margin between life and annihilation, and it must never fail. Doors in submarines and spacecraft are heavy, manual, deliberately low-tech. No batteries to die, no software to glitch. Reliability trumps convenience when the environment is hostile. The door returns to fundamentals: metal, seal, and the human strength to operate it. Archaeological sites reveal doors through absence. Post holes mark where pivots stood. Grooves in stone thresholds show where edges wore. The door is gone, rotted or burned, but its function remains legible. Here was a boundary. Here was control. Medieval castles used portcullises, iron grills dropped vertically by chains and counterweights. The portcullis could trap attackers between inner and outer gates, creating a kill zone. Some castles had murder holes above, through which defenders dropped stones or poured boiling liquid. The door as weapon, defense multiplied by architecture. Drawbridges combined door and moat, spanning water to admit friends, retracting to isolate the fortress. Chains and gears lifted the heavy timbers. The bridge up, the castle was an island. The door did not just close, it disappeared, leaving a gap no ladder could cross. Revolving secret doors, activated by pulling a torch sconce or pressing a stone, are more fiction than history, but hidden doors did exist. Priest holes in English manor houses hid Catholics during persecution. Smugglers' tunnels had concealed exits. The hidden door was survival, a last trick when all others failed. Urban doors face graffiti, weather, forced entry, and the slow violence of neglect. Cities replace thousands of doors annually, a continuous churn of maintenance. Public housing doors are sturdy and plain, built to endure abuse. Private doors signal taste and wealth, carved wood, etched glass, brushed steel, choices that locate the resident in social space. The door's future may include augmented reality. Point your phone at a door and see who lives beyond, what the room contains, whether you have access. The door becomes a screen layered with data. Or perhaps doors will disappear entirely in some contexts, replaced by permeable membranes, light curtains, or air walls that discourage passage without blocking it. But doors endure because they serve needs deeper than fashion. We want boundaries we can control, spaces we can secure, thresholds we can cross on our terms. The door, in all its forms, offers that control. It is permission made tangible, a mechanism of yes and no, a tool for shaping space into places. Children learn early the power of the closed door. Privacy, autonomy, a room of one's own. Teenagers slam doors, a declaration of independence. Adults lock doors, a ritual of settling in for the night. The door participates in daily life, marking transitions between public and private, work and rest, danger and safety. Doors appear in ritual, crossing the threshold as a bride, carrying a child over it for the first time, nailing a mezuzah to the frame. The door is consecrated by passage, by the weight of moments it has witnessed. A family's history is written in the door's wear, the height marks on the frame, the layers of paint. Locksmiths are guardians of the door's secrets, trusted to duplicate keys and defeat locks when keys are lost. They know the weaknesses of every mechanism, the tricks to bypass pins, the ways to drill or pick or shim. A good locksmith respects the trust placed in them. They open doors, but they do not speak of what lies beyond. The door industry is vast and quiet. Manufacturers produce millions of units annually, from flimsy hollow cores to vault doors weighing tons. Standards govern size, swing direction, fire rating. Distributors warehouse inventory. Installers hang doors in new construction and retrofit old buildings. The door is infrastructure, essential and unremarked. In the end, a door is a question. Will you enter or stay out? The answer depends on keys, codes, faces, permissions, and the door's willingness to yield. Doors sort the world into inside and outside, permitted and forbidden, us and them. They are barriers and invitations, walls that move, thresholds that wait. As rain hums, picture a latch clicking, a bolt sliding, hinges turning on pins worn smooth by decades. A door swings open, light spills out, and someone crosses from one world to another. Tomorrow the door will close and open again, keeping its silent count, a patient arbiter at the boundary of belonging. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy.